Good.
I need to spread the information among the guys who are here.
Yeah. When it comes to remote work for those training systems, it's a little bit challenging to basically what we could do is we could get on and kind of go through some of the workflows with people. They're really there for people to kind of play around with if you want to play with the system of Vantage and not affect your production systems. So I really kind of created them in a way for you guys to just sort of use on your own. They are available if you want to. There's 10 of them, so you'll have to kind of pass them around. We have a few more than 10 people on here, obviously, so they can be rebuilt fairly easy too. So if there's an issue or if you guys want to build workflows, we can always kind of either save the workflows and kind of start fresh. Ideally, we just kind of build your own category and put your name on it. If you want to build workflows or if you want to play around in the settings.
Well, David, let me switch to Portuguese. I think it will be faster to decide, okay, about how we are going to split the credentials, okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Ok, Fábio, galera, é o seguinte, ele passou para mim, o e-mail tem 10 credenciais, tá? Aí é o seguinte, tem muita gente, ontem havia quase 30 pessoas nessa call, eu não tenho ideia de quantos realmente estão participando do treinamento e quantos eventualmente estão aqui por alguma, sei lá, de repente está acompanhando e tal, não sei. Então, Fábio, você tem a ideia do número, da quantidade?
Olha, ontem eu contei umas 17 pessoas do time Globo, tá? Tinha umas 6 pessoas do time AD, mais de 20, assim. Eu acho que dá para pelo menos formar cada grupo com 2 pessoas. Então,
Tá.
Se tiver um grupinho, talvez Globo Minas, Globo Brasília, Globo Ion. Se você quiser também passar o nome, eu vou colocando aqui numa listinha das 10 credenciais e mando para todo mundo.
É o seguinte, galera, o que eu proponho? Assim, porque tem pessoas aqui com níveis diferentes, então eu vou dar um exemplo, cara. Assim, eu conheço muito menos que o Wagner, muito menos que o Bruno, e com certeza muito menos que os outros aí. Então, talvez fosse legal, assim, colocar, já que serão, né, 2 pessoas por grupo aí e tal, que uma delas fosse uma pessoa já com conhecimento e a outra, né, aí, eu poderia estar, ou alguém que não conhecesse tanto, entendeu? Só para não acontecer, de repente, sei lá, ficarem 2 pessoas com menos conhecimento, não sei, é uma proposta. Tá ok para vocês? E se for assim, aí acho que, quem conhece mais já podia, tipo, falar assim, olha, eu fico, né, eu encabeço uma e assim por diante. Eu sei que o Wagner é uma pessoa, o Bruno é outra pessoa, outros aqui eu não conheço. Só para para sermos mais rápidos.
Por mim tá tranquilo, Vinícius.
A gente pode colocar no chat aí, de repente, nível básico e nível ok. E aí a gente vai...
Tá, beleza. Então vamos nessa então, galera. Boa ideia, Monique. E aí, galera...
que aí acrescenta a cidade, né?
Oi?
Acrescenta o lugar, tipo Samir, Brasília. Que...
Eu posso colocar, então, o Wagner no sistema 1 e o Bruno no sistema 2, por exemplo?
Isso você já pode.
Pode ser.
Pessoal, bom dia.
E os outros?
Fábio,
os demais eu não
pode
conheço,
me colocar
tá?
no 3 também.
Desculpa,
isso, legal.
Pode me colocar no grupo 3.
Vou colocar o Oswaldo então aqui. No grupo 3.
Ô, Fábio, tudo bem? São 2 pessoas por grupo, né?
Eu acho que dá para dividir assim, viu, Duran?
Se puder me colocar com a Renata, então, por favor.
Tá. Eu posso mandar para você e você compartilha com ela?
Pode sim.
Então, temos 4 grupos já, pessoal. Quem mais eu posso colocar aqui no quinto grupo? Temos 4 grupos. Quem pode ser o quinto grupo aqui?
Faz o seguinte, para simplificar, o Fábio, me coloca junto com o Wagner. V e W. Tá. Quase que ordem alfabética.
Ok. Quem pode ser o quinto grupo? Pessoal, pode falar aí quem quiser que eu já coloco o nome aqui, tá? Quem quiser pegar o quinto sistema. Eu vou até... Bom, tudo bem.
Porque eu acho que tem... Ih, rapaz, tem gente pra caramba aí, é isso aí.
É. Pessoal, alguém se arrisca mais aí pegar os outros grupos?
Oi, Fábio. Carol, tudo bom?
Oi, Carol, tudo bom?
Tudo. Pode me botar no quinto grupo, por favor?
Tá bom. Ok. Quem mais?
You guys have questions about the training systems? Or everything okay?
We are still joining the teams, and I will split the credentials for them.
Awesome. Oh, no worries.
Okay. Pessoal, alguém mais aí pegar o sexto grupo, sétimo, oitavo, nono, décimo?
Oi, Fábio. Pode colocar eu, Johnny e Flávio Agostini aqui, por favor, nos 6.
Johnny e Flávia Agostini.
Isso.
O Bruno Cunha tá em algum grupo?
Isso eu pergunto.
Bruno Cunha tá no
Bruno
grupo
Wagner.
2.
No 2.
Queria saber se
Tem
eu podia
quantos
estar
aí?
com o Wagner ou com o Bruno.
Acho que ainda não... Acho que o Bruno estava sozinho, né, Bruno?
Tô sozinho ainda, pelo menos.
Então
eu não-
bota, vai, Cristiano, vai com
Coloca
ele.
no Bruno aí,
Vou com
coloca
ele.
no do Bruno aí.
Beleza, eu e
Coloca
Cris.
o Célio aí. Coloca o Célio.
Bruno
Pode ser.
Cunha e Cris.
Isso.
É dupla, pessoal. Só não desculpa, eu não entendi.
A gente está fazendo a divisão, Célio, assim, botando uma pessoa com mais conhecimento, então uma pessoa com conhecimento básico, entendeu? Para não ficar só, né, dois básicos. Dois
Eu estou sobrando ainda aí, ó. Se alguém quiser me incluir em algum grupo, por favor.
Eu não sei qual grupo que eu tô aí, não, pessoal.
Eu também tô sobrando, tá, o Guedes?
Acho que a galera do básico tá tudo aí sobrando aí, escrito.
Eu acho que a gente não tem metade das pessoas que tem assim, um conhecimento ok ou sólido para.
O Igor é um cara que tem conhecimento, né? Só que ele ainda não entrou aqui na reunião, né?
Tá. Desculpa, eu não peguei o nome das pessoas que pediram em um grupo.
Então, eu acho que a gente podia aumentar um pouquinho esse grupo, pessoal. Será que ficaria ruim para 2?
Não tem problema não, galera. Vamos nessa. Eu acho que o negócio é ser rápido aqui.
Se puder, me coloca com o Wagner também, então, porque a gente já tem uma relação.
Monique, vem para cá, então. Monique, Vinícius, Wagner e Monique.
Então, o Samir prefiro ficar com o Oswaldo aqui no
Vocês
Brasil.
podem me incluir no grupo do Bruno Cunha? É o Guedes?
Eu também, por gentileza. Leandro Brito aí, junto com o Guedes aí.
Para mim, pode ser o do Bruno ou do Wagner.
Vocês não querem pegar um sistema de treinamento novo para vocês praticarem? O Guedes e outra pessoa que comentou?
Pode ser, pode ser.
Seria o Guedes e mais quem?
Eu não tenho conhecimento, seria eu.
Leandro.
Leandro.
Aí pode ser comigo também, André.
André, quer pegar o grupo 8, o sistema 8?
Quem que já tá nele?
Não tem ninguém ainda.
Não, seria para fazer junto com o Leandro, com o Guedes.
Tá, fechou. Mano, coloquei aqui já.
A Tamires está com alguém?
Não, eu coloquei aqui no chat, a gente é básico, né? E botou aqui, estamos sobrando.
A gente sabe mexer pouquíssimo.
Pessoal, a gente tem mais 3 grupos sobrando. Eu vou mandar para todo mundo para a gente não perder tempo. E aí vocês... Eu acho que a gente só consegue acessar uma pessoa por cada sistema, tá?
Mas os outros podem acompanhar via Teams?
A gente pode compartilhar a tela de alguém via Teams. Eu não sei se o David vai compartilhar talvez a tela dele, né? Talvez...
É que eu não sei qual é a dinâmica, entendeu? Eu estou assumindo que se você tiver 2, 3 pessoas, as pessoas podem se mover, né? Monta uma salinha no Teams, vai para lá, faz o que tem que fazer e volta.
Tá, eu vou mandar as credenciais para todo mundo, então. Aí só vamos tomar cuidado que talvez só o primeiro, uma pessoa dos grupos tenha que acessar a VPN.
RDP, o que é o acesso?
Deixa eu confirmar aqui. É uma VPN mesmo. Quer ver? Deixa eu mandar para todos aqui, aí vocês já... Eu mandei para todo mundo aqui, pessoal que estava apontado para a reunião. Já mandei agora. Acho que se alguém não receber, me avisa. Eu acho que, por exemplo, a Carol, acho que eu não mandei.
Eu tô como Maria.pinho, tá, Fábio?
Tá.
Então quem está aí de fora, que eu estou vendo, como é oh, meu Deus, Tamires, eu acho que o André Roman não está com ninguém, né, André?
Eu não recebi nenhuma mensagem, não. Seria com o Leandro, com o Guedes.
Também não recebi, não.
Pera aí, deixa eu pegar aqui então. Só um segundinho.
Pô, deixa eu ver se o Igor vai entrar, cara. Deixa eu dar uma... Deixa eu ver.
Bruno, você recebeu?
Pessoal, quem mais não recebeu e-mail aí?
Eu não recebi ainda não, Fábio.
Eu também não. É Cristiano.ferreira.
Cristiano, deixa eu verificar aqui. Cristiano Ferreira, né?
Isso aí.
Beleza. Quem mais?
Ainda não recebi, não.
Já...
Deixa eu passar o meu...
Bom, eu estou adicionando então a Maria Pinho e o Cristiano Ferreira aqui. Mandei agora. David, we can have just one connection per VPN per training system, or maybe we can have 2 connections for each VPN.
So I am not 100% sure. I think it's only one connection per VPN. And unfortunately, I'm not in charge of that. So I don't have the ability to make that different.
Okay.
That's dictated by the IT policies at our company.
Ok. Maybe, Vinícius, talvez a gente possa compartilhar a tela entre os grupos, talvez com o Ndesk, né? Que é todo mundo, as 3 pessoas, não sei eu não sei como criar salas aqui, né?
Não, isso aqui é de menos. Aqui, não, no Teams um vai chamando o outro, entendeu? A pessoa que vai acessar, ele entra lá no Teams e aí ele puxa um chat com os outros do grupo lá e consegue fazer a reunião, entendeu? Isso aí acho que é o de menos.
Beleza.
Fábio, eu também não recebi não, tá? Tamires Alfama.
Tá legal. Deixa eu...
Tá, pelo que eu estou entendendo aqui, quem vai precisar acessar o cliente é a pessoa que vai conectar, não é isso? Exato. E aí, assumindo que aí vai puxar a sala no Teams. Então, no meu caso aqui, Wagner, estou entendendo que é você.
Eu estou tentando até conectar aqui, Vinícius. Ele está me dando um erro aqui.
Recebi, Fábio. Desculpa, recebi sim. Obrigada.
Maravilha, sem problema.
Está dando erro?
Falhou. Domínio, culpa do domínio, nome do domínio, resolução do domínio.
If you guys need to have, if you want to have me look at something or kind of walk through something on a particular training system as well, I can get on and share my screen. I can actually open up more than one just because I have an actual Telestream VPN, so I have all of them. But it's hard to get on with everyone unless I open up like a TeamViewer or something like that. But I can download TeamViewer easily, so. I basically have Microsoft Remote Desktop here, so I have all the training systems here. And unfortunately, the one that's number 7 is the one we've been using, VM Training BU 2022. It's named something different, but it is actually training number 7.
Hi, David.
Yes.
The 7 group, are you using it?
No, I mean I have it open, but you're welcome to use it. So I have a lot of systems. This one is what we've been using yesterday, but we didn't really do a whole lot in there. This one, the only difference is this one has user administration already turned on. So if someone does get on there, you want to say administrator no password. That's the user. I have other systems that I can use. So these are not training system. Well, these are my development systems. The 2 that I have. One is my Lightspeed, so that would be this one. It's located at Telestream's headquarters, and it's a physical box. And then I have a bunch of virtual machines on my laptop that I use for development as well. And that's this one right here. This is an 8.0 system, not an 8.1 system. My Lightspeed is an 8.1 system, so we can kind of maybe look at some of the differences. When it comes to almost every setting in here, there's no difference between 8.0 and 8.1, so we can kind of go through and this system will be very useful. The one that I have up right now, I left up the server manager just so you can kind of see the computer name. This is one of my VMs, just so that we don't get confused between all the machines.
Galera, vamos lá. Só para eu entender esse acesso aí, para todo mundo que está conseguindo acessar. É para fazer um RDP para essas credenciais aí que a gente recebeu no e-mail do Flávio, gente?
Unfortunately, the training systems aren't very powerful, so it's good for building workflows, not good for transcoding. It's just one big VM stack.
Ô, Fábio, a gente vai precisar, porque assim, eu falei o lance do Teams, mas se a gente precisar ficar falando com ele e falando, né, internamente no grupo, realmente não vai poder ser o Teams, né, porque senão ou vai rolar com um ou vai rolar com o outro. E nesse caso, talvez a gente tenha que ter outro tipo de ferramenta aí colaborativa. Aí
Boa, Vinícius.
Talvez Zendesk mesmo, as pessoas compartilham a tela com os demais? O que vocês acham?
Cara, pode ser. Já faz 200 anos que eu não uso N10, mas acho que isso aí não é o problema. Provavelmente vai ter que instalar um cliente, mas eu realmente não lembro, galera.
Instala não, N10 que é executável.
O Discord. Pode usar o Discord também, Jorge.
O N10 que tem para Mac?
Tem sim, eu tenho aqui.
Tem para Mac. Tanto o Teams quanto o N10 que tem para Mac.
Então, beleza. Então...
Quem estiver mandando chat. Quem estiver mandando chat, por favor, aí para o Windows.
O Jorge sugeriu Discord, Jorge. É tranquilo também? Eu não, sinceramente, eu nunca usei. Como é fácil? Melhor que N10 de repente? Ou uma alternativa?
Eu acho que se a gente utilizasse o Discord entre vocês conseguiriam utilizar o seu microfone e o áudio ao mesmo tempo. E o Discord também compartilha a tela. Então, dá para usar o Teams para ficar visualizando aí o treinamento e também fazer a comunicação interna pelo Discord. Funciona bem.
Legal.
Pessoal, só uma dúvida. O acesso para essas máquinas é direto via remote?
O acesso para as VPNs?
Isso.
Na realidade, pelo que eu entendi, configura uma VPN mesmo, né?
Não, você entra na VPN e acessa a máquina via RDP. Igual a gente faz como se a gente fosse acessar uma máquina da Globo.
Entendi.
Foi isso que eu entendi, né?
E o endereço da VPN é o IP que está aqui na lista aqui de Machine IP Address, é isso?
Não, tem um atalho lá embaixo. Você vai rolando o e-mail lá embaixo, você tem que instalar a VPN dela.
Boa, Wagner.
Aí você vai, depois que você entrar, você instala a VPN, você vai escolher, tem até um desenhozinho lá, cara. O teu username é aquele, tá à esquerda, é o VPN username, o password está à direita, é o terceiro campo. Aí você tem que escolher lá a opção, tá no desenho, Training Underline VMS. Mas antes disso, para conectar na VPN, você vai ter que... Ele vai aparecer uma caixinha, você vai digitar vpn.telestream.net. Aí dá um connect, ele conecta, aí você coloca Training Underline VMS, Treine 1, 2, 3, que é o username, ou password. Depois você faz um RDP para cima da máquina.
Beleza.
A outra coisa, galera, vamos de Discord mesmo?
Por mim pode ser.
Quem está na máquina corporativa não vai conseguir instalar, vai.
É isso que eu ia falar aqui agora.
Eu ia falar, eu ia tentar agora. ia
O
dizer que é
Ndesk roda. O Ndesk roda sem instalar, tá?
Não, mas o
o
VPN.
Ndesk ele tá
instalador da
no
VPN, Cris.
É verdade. Não, mas aí tem que escolher um, né, que tenha. Que é só um
usar o
acesso.
celular, né? Se tiver aí o Discord.
Na Corp aqui não deixou instalar, não.
É, o meu que pediu usuário e senha da máquina Corp para poder instalar.
Isso com o Discord, né, galera? Isso, né?
Alô, alô?
Não, isso com a VPN do
VPN.
Cisco Connect.
VPN.
Cisco Connect.
Eu me perdi. Vamos de Discord?
Então, a pessoa pode instalar VPN. Que a máquina é Corp, não deixa.
A Corp não está permitindo, não.
Não permite. Só quem tem é o administrador da máquina.
Tá.
Se rolasse ainda pelo Global Protect, ia ser show de bola, mas esse outro a Corp não deixa instalar, não.
Cara, se precisar, pelo menos eu consegui aqui, tá? Precisar compartilhar a tela com o pessoal, mostrar, tá de boa.
Pô, gente, no meu grupo aqui, eu, o Guedes e o Roman, a gente tá com máquina Corp, cara. A gente vai ter que ser remanejado para outro grupo. Porque a gente não vai conseguir fazer, tá todo mundo com máquina Corp, a gente não vai conseguir nem instalar VPN.
Um de vocês pode entrar no meu grupo com o do Cris, só tem eu e ele, né?
Do Bruno é Mac, é dele, né? Então ele vai instalar e eu vou acompanhar. O meu também é Core. A gente vai
Ô,
usar...
Bruno, me puxa aí, mas olha só, o Roman e o Guedes também tem que ir para outros grupos aí, ó.
Eu consegui aqui, é só vir pro grupo aqui também.
Pô, pode me incluir no grupo, então. Qual o seu grupo aí?
É o 1.
Grupo 1? Então me inclui no grupo 1 aí, por gentileza, se puder.
Me inclui então, Bruno, no grupo de vocês aí, por favor. Puxa o Roman também, para ficar nós 4.
Show de bola.
Show.
Era quem? Desculpa, quem vai vir pro grupo 1? Eu não vi.
Guedes.
Guedes.
Luiz Guedes, Wagner. Luiz Guedes.
Isso.
Tá ok. Cara, mas agora como é que eu compartilho com vocês? Pode ser via Teams mesmo? Porque...
Não, é Ndesk. Porque o
Ndesk.
Teams...
Vai ser Ndesk?
Porque o Teams, se você entrar, vocês vão sair dessa sala aqui.
Teste grátis.
É que eu havia falado do Teams, depois eu me toquei que não ia rolar, porque eu acho que na dinâmica a gente vai ter que falar com ele, vamos ter que falar entre nós, Wagner.
Ok. Tô conectando aqui no Ndesk.
O Discord, por algum motivo, não estou conseguindo ainda fazer o download dele na minha máquina. Deve ter alguma coisa dando chabu aqui. O Ndesk já foi.
Tu teve que fazer cadastro aqui, ô Vinícius, no Ndesk?
Não. Já tem um botão lá, baixar para... tá, eu só não abri.
O Ndesk tem no self-service também, no central de software.
E ele gera um código, é só mandar o código para quem estiver na sua sala.
Deixa eu abrir aqui.
Ok.
É isso aí. Tipo TeamViewer. Acho que você vai passar o código, eu vou acessar.
Isso aí. Aí você tem que autorizar cada um que tentar acessar.
Pô, facinho.
Vou botar aqui, tá?
We can install TeamViewer on any of the machines if you'd like. That is okay. Then you guys can share them with TeamViewer.
pessoal do grupo 1 aí criou algum grupo específico, alguma coisa?
Coloquei aí, tá? O Vinícius, Monique, Luiz.
Tá, eu vi.
O ID do TeamViewer.
Não, do Anydesk.
Anydesk.
Anydesk is okay too.
Guedes, o Bruno vai gerar aí o código TeamViewer. Já gerou.
Wagner, você conseguiu entrar?
Sim, consegui.
Eu tô tentando entrar, eu coloco a senha, né? Quando eu abro o aplicativo Cisco AnyConnect.
Então, mas não é a senha que você coloca primeiro, não. Primeiro você vai colocar vpn.telestream.net. É um campo que você só digita uma informação, não é?
Agora me deu uma dúvida, todo mundo vai ter que entrar nessa
Acho.
VPN, ou Wagner? Só você?
Não, só quem for acessar a máquina, Vinícius.
Ah, não, perfeito. Então, olha só, o Anydesk está esperando você aceitar a conexão aí.
Tá.
Ah, tá, não, porque em momento...
A minha também, tá aguardando aqui também, Wagner.
O Wagner não quer que ninguém entre na sala com ele, não.
Ele não apareceu aqui pra mim, cara.
Eu fiquei no grupo
Vou
4, não é
cancelar
isso?
ele de novo.
Eu coloquei aqui o Ndesk, eu loguei aqui na sala Training 4.
Uhum.
Quem quiser entrar aí pelo Ndesk, tá no chat aqui.
Tô entrando na 4.
Wagner, não está aparecendo nada para você, não?
Não, pra mim não apareceu nada aqui.
Porque ele está lá, até que o usuário remoto acesse sua conexão. Deixa eu...
Às vezes fica atrás, tá vendo?
Deixa eu
Da telinha do
compartilhar aqui
Anydesk.
com vocês.
Consegui aqui
Ver se
entrar no
vocês
grupo
conseguem
4.
me orientar.
Deixa eu tentar. Cancelei e tentei de novo.
Então, diminui a tela. Primeira coisa, diminui a tela para facilitar. Ele fica às vezes atrás, perdido aí.
Segurança, privacidade.
Porque ele fala que para você ser acessado remotamente, você tem uma configuração logo que abrir o aplicativo apareceu essa mensagem. Você tem que habilitar, configurar alguma parada.
Então, ele já está online, está verdinho. Ele está verdinho ali.
Eu posso criar uma
do
senha
lado.
aqui pra... Botar uma senha aqui, Telestream, tudo minúsculo. Tá Telestream 1, tá? Ideia fraca.
Deixa eu tentar de novo aqui. Cancelei, vou de novo.
É Telestream 1 a senha.
Ô, Duran,
Aceitei aqui, Fábio.
vou tentar entrar pelo seu, porque a minha corp não consigo instalar, não.
Beleza, já tem o RDP aberto aqui.
Beleza.
Para você não aparecer nada, não, Wagner, que ele diz que está aguardando o usuário remoto aceitar a conexão.
Cara, aqui eu não vejo ele aparecendo nada, cara. Deveria estar aqui, pode ser que esteja. Não. Recentes.
Peraí, sistema. Tá, mas isso se eu fosse... Você está usando Mac ou Windows, Wagner?
Windows.
Windows, né?
Qual o seu ID aí, ô Vinícius? De repente eu te mando um invite.
Então o meu é 706...
Vê se funciona.
323 751.
323 751.
751.
Esse vai.
Tá aqui.
Não disse que não suporta.
Caraca, rapaz. Somos MediaTek e a gente não está conseguindo fazer uma puta aqui. Desculpa, o Wagner? Não, mas é estranho, porque o meu...
Desculpa aí, de quem que é a tela que está sendo compartilhada? Aí clica no instalar.
É a minha.
Clica no instalar. Isso. Aí, ó,
Se
instalar
for
NDES.
não vai deixar, não.
Porque você está usando a versão somente...
Deixa eu tentar.
Executável.
Então, mas a
inexplicável.
gente usa assim para o pessoal de suporte da VIS.
Deveria funcionar assim, cara.
Deveria funcionar. A gente usa direto isso para o suporte da VIS. Só passa o ID
Ô,
e
Wagner.
ele funciona.
Wagner, tenta setar uma senha. Aí a
Eu
gente entra
setei,
pra-
eu botei Telestream.
Ele botou a senha.
mas para mim ainda está esperando a sua aceitação.
Ele não aparece nada aqui pra mim, tá vendo?
Se tu colocar o convite por e-mail, será que rola?
Tu sabe fazer?
Tenta o TeamViewer para ver. O TeamViewer
porque
também funciona.
tá escrito. É que o TeamViewer, eu não sei se são multi-sessões, né?
Aceita também muitas sessões. Agora, não sei se aceita sem instalar. Mas ele aceita. A gente também usa ele de vez em quando com o pessoal da VIS.
Não costumo ter dor de cabeça com o Ndesk, não, cara. Normalmente é só abrir e passar o ID.
A não ser que seja por conta da tua VPN. Você está na VPN já?
Tá,
De repente a VPN é que está bloqueando, sabia?
Não, então, mas a da Globo funciona.
Não, mas você não entrou na VPN da Telestream?
Entrei.
Então,
Só
pode
se a
ser isso.
VPN da Telestream tá embarreirando.
Desconecta dela para ver.
Fica essa merda.
Deve ser o de baixo do lado vermelhinho. Isso. Eu acho que é isso sim.
Vê se você consegue agora, Vinícius. Manda de novo aí, por favor.
Ó, é isso aí, cara. Alguém já
isso
colocou
mesmo.
aí para você.
Apareceu aqui.
É isso mesmo.
É a
Deixa eu
VPN que está
botar aqui, ó,
bloqueando.
Telestream.
Não, aceitei de boa a pessoa que conectou.
Eu mandei também, não apareceu não.
Eu que conectei. Deixa eu conectar aqui. É VPN. Pode ser a porta, pode mudar a porta e ver. Se a porta não está aceitando, que ele usa a porta.
Ou então,
acho que
a gente pode tentar o seguinte, depois que todo mundo se conectar, ele entrar na VPN. Não sei. Pode ser. Eu não sei se sou eu que... Acho que sim, Wagner. Acho que sou eu que estou... Ou não.
Será que eu tenho que desmarcar aqui? Coloquei conexões para sites não confiáveis.
É que assim, já mudou a tela para mim. Alguma coisa ali aconteceu. Realmente a VPN estava... Ó, isso aparece aqui, profile, aí eu dou uma aceitar.
abre uma telinha, Vinícius. Uma telinha.
Não, apareceu uma
a imagem.
telinha aí com um número ali, aí eu cliquei em aceitar. Embora ele esteja ainda com o botãozinho na outra janela aparecendo, conectando aqui.
Pode sim, eu pago.
Vê se agora você consegue, sério.
Wagner, vê se não aparece para você.
Manda aí. Apareceu sério aqui.
Apareceu.
Deixa eu ver o número de... Deixa eu pegar o número de novo aqui.
Esse aqui, ó, 513-258-655.
É o teu
E eu tô
nome a
conectado
mais.
na VPN de novo, tá?
9655. É isso daí mesmo que eu tô tentando. Mandando eu aguardar.
Tu viu que não apareceu nada aqui pra mim, Monique?
Deixa eu...
Então,
Opa,
Wagner.
apareceu. Monique também conectou.
Wagner, aí agora que engraçado, o teu número é 513-258-655?
É esse número que tá aqui.
Porque eu acho que você botou um número a mais no chat.
É o
então
9.
pode ser.
Tu botou um 9. Ué, por isso. Vamos ver agora. Quer dizer, agora sim.
Vamos lá, deixa eu...
Rapaz, Tu tirou a senha lá? Porque ele estava...
Acho que era essa máquina aqui mesmo.
Opa, apareceu a janela para mim.
Tem uma configuração lá no... Então, lá de cara, as opções...
Já apareceu, tá, Wagner?
Tá ok. Já estou logando aqui na máquina.
Vinícius, eu estou ouvindo você nos dois aplicativos. Muta um, por favor.
Eu vou mutar.
Eu só não estou ouvindo mais ninguém da sala. Deixa eu aumentar um pouquinho isso aqui.
Mas a gente ainda tá por aqui, tá, Wagner?
Ah, tá. Porque eu não estava ouvindo mais ninguém. Eu achei que tivesse caído,
O
como a gente tá
15 é que a
mexendo
gente tem que
direto.
continuar ouvindo, né? Por causa da explicação do David.
Isso aí, isso aí.
Beleza, tá aí, cara.
Precisa... E putz, tá o eco. Galera, onde é que desativa o áudio aqui? Para quem conhece isso aí.
Vai nos 3 pontinhos, ô Vinícius. Nos 4 tracinhos que tem ali na ponta no lado direito, na parte de cima, depois desse lapisinho aí, tem as configurações de áudio. Geral, configurações. Tem uma aba de áudio aí.
Pois é, a aba de áudio só tem um botão aqui, ativar a reprodução. Eu desativei agora, mas continua rolando o eco. Eu não sei se é por conta de todo mundo que está com ele ativado e está realimentando.
Eu estou achando que tem mais alguém aí ativado. O Wagner, o teu tá ativado?
Cara, eu tinha acabado de mutar aqui o microfone. Deixa eu mutar para ver se melhora para vocês.
Eu não estou ouvindo eco pelo Teams, não.
Falar alguma coisa aqui?
Eu não estou ouvindo pelo Teams, não. Para mim tá limpo aqui, cara. Vou deixar mudo aqui.
Você é o único que está falando sem eco.
Então, Vinícius, lá no Ndesk tem áudio, né? Tem a parte de configuração, tem transmissão e reprodução. Tem que desabilitar o reprodução, talvez.
Não, pessoal, só desativar do Teams. Desativa do Teams, por isso que a gente está chutando 2 vezes.
Não, então, mas o de Teams não pode desabilitar porque ele vai ficar falando, né?
Então, aí quando você precisar falar, porque eu estou desativando dentro aqui da e estou me escutando 2 vezes.
Ah, entendi. Mas você pode desativar o áudio do Ndesk.
Então, mesmo eu desativando, eu estou me escutando 2 vezes.
Estranho.
Nossa, que
Alguém
agonia.
deve estar alimentando aí.
Apesar que ele, quando falar, ele não vai vir pelo Ndesk, né? Só vai vir pelo Teams.
Positivo. Mas eu acho que é a sua máquina que está realimentando, Wagner.
Eu tirei o áudio de todo mundo aqui pelo Teams. Tá vendo? Pelo Teams, não, pelo Ndesk. Não sei se ajuda.
Ajuda. É a tua máquina que está realimentando. Por isso que todo mundo está se escutando 2
Pô,
vezes.
salvou. Agora rolou, hein?
Então, aí a gente pode
Melhorou?
deixar mudo no Teams e caso precise falar, pode mandar chat e falar, vou falar, e você habilita aí, tá? Você consegue habilitar
Ok.
e desabilitar aí na sessão da pessoa. Acho que fica mais fácil a gente conversar e se precisar falar com ele.
Vou habilitar aqui para você e você fala para a gente
Se
testar,
a
tá?
gente
Certo?
se a gente não for usar o Teams em paralelo, a gente pode mutar o Teams também, né? E ficar só lá no Ndesk. Porque eu não entendi, vai ficar todo mundo aqui na sala e o Wagner compartilhando? Ou vai ser cada grupo
É
compartilha.
porque eu acho que a gente vai ter que falar com ele, Monique, com o nosso amigo aí. Vocês estão me escutando agora?
Sim.
Tô sim.
Ah, tá. Então acho que você fez alguma coisa, Wagner, porque eu não estou mais realimentando, né?
Ele
É porque ele
mutou o
estava
N10.
configurado no Ndesk para você ouvir o áudio do meu computador. Quando você falava aqui pelo Teams, ele jogava de novo para você. Acho que era
Não, então,
isso. Acho que o Célio
tá.
estava correto.
Então, beleza. Eu estou com o áudio no Teams aberto. Não mudei a minha configuração lá do. Não mudei a minha configuração lá do Ndesk. Tá. Igor entrou agora, Igor. Igor, faz o seguinte. Rola o Ndesk aí. Galera, o Igor entrou agora. Se você não tiver, Igor, baixa o Ndesk, abre o Ndesk aí, entra aí no chat, vai aparecer um número de conexão aí de sala que o Wagner mandou, só que ele tem só um errinho ali que ele mandou uma sequência de 3, 4 e 3 números. Na sequência do meio não tem o 9. Aí coloca isso daí e entra na sala com o Wagner. A gente está tentando conseguir criar o ambiente colaborativo aqui.
Beleza. Ô, Igor, tu consegue instalar a VPN na tua máquina? Porque aí seria mais um grupo. Mas essa VPN aí da Telestream. E se for mais um grupo, né? Que poderia ser aberto. Porque a pessoa que está corporativa não está conseguindo instalar.
Eu parei de compartilhar a tela pelo Teams, tá? Só o pessoal que tá conectado aqui que vai conseguir enxergar agora.
O Ndesk que eu tenho aqui na máquina.
Não, beleza. O Wagner já está acessando, Igor. Então é você. Assim, se você vai entrar com a gente, ou então você pega aí um acesso. Eu não sei o que é mais fácil agora. Separado e alguém poderia ir contigo, mas eu acho que para hoje seria. Já que eu acho que está todo mundo dividido, entendeu? Acho melhor você entrar aqui com a gente. De repente, para amanhã, você pode virar a cabeça de chave aí.
Tá. Mas vai entrar onde aqui? Eu não entendi.
Na do Wagner. É mais fácil.
No Ndesk dele?
Aliás, Bruno, tu tá com quantas pessoas aí, Bruno?
Tem mais 4 com ele, tem 5.
Não, então vamos aqui com o Wagner mesmo, Igor. De repente, para amanhã, a gente pode fazer um load balance aqui melhor, mas para hoje, para agora.
Tirei o 9, tá, Igor? Tá errado com o 9.
Beleza.
E a máquina do Igor é Corp.
Mas eu tenho o privilégio da DM aqui.
Ah, show.
Se você quiser também, Igor, tem outro grupo que tô só eu e o Johnny. Aí fica a seu critério.
São 10 sistemas que eles têm, não é isso?
Perdão, Igor, não entendi o que você falou.
Eles possuem 10 sistemas de teste, não é isso?
10 sistemas, isso, perfeito, isso aí. É porque nós estávamos procurando dividir assim, uma pessoa que tem mais conhecimento com uma pessoa que tem menos conhecimento, entendeu? Você é uma dessas pessoas que tem mais conhecimento, então ainda tem um acesso ali livre. Você pode pegar um acesso livre, de repente alguém se movimentar para ficar com você.
Te mandei aí o e-mail da Telestream aí com as informações.
Ah, beleza. Que é para poder entrar no sistema deles lá.
Tem uma VPN ali com a qual você tem que se conectar. Tem as instruções ali, né? No e-mail.
Tá, beleza, tô vendo aqui.
Assim, como o Wagner, quer dizer, entre outros, o Wagner conseguiu, então qualquer coisa você pode perguntar, o Wagner ajuda aí. Mas. O Wagner, no final das contas, agora eu fiquei até na dúvida, era a VPN que estava embarreirando, porque.
Na VPN tem uma configuração lá que ela bloqueia as conexões de servidores não conhecidos.
Na VPN da Telestream?
Da Telestream.
Tá. Então, beleza. Então, foi isso aí que você mudou, correto? Então, tá legal.
Foi.
Tá. Igor, é porque de início a gente não estava conseguindo se conectar ao Wagner, e aí depois ele descobriu essa configuração aí na VPN da Telestream, aí passamos a conseguir.
Tá, eu vou pegar uma máquina aqui livre, da Telestream. Aí eu formo mais um grupo aqui.
Não, então beleza, porque aí já fica um aí assim, galera, quem está aí pode ficar ali fazer a movimentação para o Igor agora, ou sei lá, vai no grupo que está e para amanhã faz a movimentação, aí, poxa, ver o que vocês acham melhor, né?
É só o Igor botar o Anidesk dele aí, se o pessoal quiser ir, né? É mais fácil.
Esse e-mail aqui, eu não tô, do Fábio Estevão, eu não tô no e-mail. Eu vou.
Tá no
O Cristiano mandou. O pessoal fez a divisão aqui, né?
Tá, porque quem estava lá na hora foi falando, eu não recebi o e-mail,
Entendi.
realmente. Então, deixa eu te encaminhar aqui.
Dá um mais aí para mim. O Cristiano já me encaminhou, mas dá um mais aí no último.
Isso.
Completar a tabela.
Isso. Foi aqui, tá?
Tô conectando na VPN deles aqui.
Beleza. Galera, esse aqui é um trabalho colaborativo, hein? Vamos lá. Até para a gente depois poder dar o go ahead. Todo mundo conseguiu? Alguém ainda está se conectando, pessoal?
Eu estou me conectando aí.
Tá, não, beleza. Então, tirando o Igor, galera, todo mundo conseguiu, né? Tá, então estou entendendo que sim.
Sim.
Beleza.
Sim.
Tá, legal.
You guys let me know when you're ready for me to move on.
Okay, Dave. We are almost finished here, okay?
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Ó, não tá conectando, não.
Quem foi que falou? Igor? Quem foi?
Tem uma setinha aí do Telestream.net, né? Que o Wagner falou. Wagner, como é que tu fez aí? É telestream.net.br.com, não é isso? Alguma coisa assim?
Compartilha aí, Igor.
Peraí.
Faz junto.
Ô, Igor, o seu tá dando falha na credencial?
É.
O meu também tava dando. Eu usei a credencial do usuário 1 da VPN e ela funcionou.
Ah,
Então não tem problema, porque as máquinas têm usuários separados. Eu usei o training 1 e essa senha aqui. Eu tava usando o usuário do 3 e do 4, enfim, não consegui. O do 1 deu certo.
No meu deu esse erro também, Igor. Eu tive que escrever. Eu copiei, colei e não funcionou. Na hora que eu
Então,
digitei
Igor,
depois.
agora você vai botar treino em 8 ou treino em 7, não é o teu usuário nesse aí não, cara. Depois
Então,
é que você vai fazer o RDP para cima dessa máquina, entendeu?
Ah, o usuário tá
Isso.
beleza, tô minhocando.
Usuário é
Username.
esquerdo.
Tô minhocando aqui, foi mal. Vamos ver se vai se colando aqui, depois eu complemento.
Faltou uma exclamação ali no tua...
Foi.
Opa. Aí tu faz um RDP para cima do que tu precisa.
Agora sim, eu aqui, pô.
Usuário e senha é aqui no final, tá, Igor?
Aham, é o padrão. Não, tem não. Mas segue aí, galera. Eu vou tentando aqui. Precisa me esperar.
Não, mas todo mundo conseguiu, Igor. Assim, vamos, pô, cara, vamos gastar mais uns 2 minutinhos, 3, ver se a gente consegue. Todo mundo conseguiu, você consegue também, pô. Ou seja, todo mundo já enfrentou uma porrada de problemas aqui. Aí o teu... Vamos ver se a gente faz o teu funcionar.
Tô na VPN, beleza.
Não, tu descompartilhou, né? Não sei se caiu por conta da VPN, né? Aí de repente foi isso, sei lá.
Não, eu tirei.
Tá.
Ô, Célio, tu tá no grupo do Wagner?
Eu entrei lá, entrei no grupo do Wagner.
Confere que tem um 9 a mais aí, parece que não rola também. Confere
Sim.
só o número aí.
Sim, tem o 9 a mais. Eu tirei o 9, eu mandei a mensagem aí de novo.
É que eu bati cabeça e depois que eu me liguei.
Foi a pegadinha do Wagner. Foi a pegadinha do Wagner.
Foi mal.
Porra, rapaz. Queria estar fazendo tua gestão de desempenho agora. Eu não pude perder a oportunidade, Wagner.
Eu faria o mesmo, Vinícius. Eu faria o mesmo. Eu não perderia, não.
Fala aí, Igor. Como tá?
Eu tô conectado na VPN, mas não conecta na máquina.
Tá, acho que tem... Qual foi o erro que você teve aí, para ver se alguém teve um erro igual ao seu?
Não chega na máquina. Tô chegando na máquina.
Acho que ainda tinha 2 credenciais sobrando. Tu experimentou as 2? Ah, não, mas as credenciais acho que era para VPN, não é isso? Desculpa.
Vou fazer de novo aqui. Aqui na tela aí. Saí da VPN. Conectei na VPN. vpn.telestream.net.
Ah.
O grupo é a Training VMs.
Wagner, dá uma olhada para ver aí como mais, enfim, que a gente consegue fazer
Tá.
esse trabalho.
Deixa eu ver a tua aí, Wagner. Se a tua eu consigo. Sim. Isso não tá muito cheio.
Tu tá conectando na VPN de boa, né? É a máquina mesmo.
Ó, na tua eu consigo.
É a máquina.
Pra que eu te derrubo. Eu vou entrar na 9.
Vamos ver lá, gente.
Não sei se o da 9 eu não consegui também não, tá? Eu acho que é... Não sei se essas máquinas aí não estão legais.
Às vezes tá desligado.
Porque para mim também não chegou não, o da 9.
A 8, a 9 e a 10 não estão nem respondendo a ping. Deve estar desligada. Fábio, você consegue ligar para a gente?
Tá desligada mesmo.
Eu também não consegui pingar nessas 3 últimas, não. As outras estão ok. Da 7 até a 1.
Aí, tá ruim.
Hi, David. We can't connect to the last 3 machines, okay? Training 8, 9, and 10. Are they on?
They should be. Let me try to connect to them real quick. So this one should be 8. And you're not able to get in there at all with the VPN?
We could connect to the VPN, but not to the machine, okay? Igor tried to connect to another machine. It would be possible, okay? The problems with the last 3. So
I can so you guys can get in with the VPN. You're connected to the VPN. You just can't access these machines. But the other machines are okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's just the RDP connection that's bad, right? I could stick like any desk or something like that on these, and you could use any desk to get to them, or TeamViewer. Do you want me to try that real quick, or should we just move on? Would you like to get on there today? I'm happy to. So I have access. Like I said, all 3 of these machines are up and running. I'm not sure why there's a connectivity issue. These machines were not part of my last training, so they're new. So there might be settings or something that's different. The other machines, I had 7 machines on my previous last week.
Ok, we got it. Igor, então vamos fazer o seguinte, entra com a gente aqui, entra num grupo desses aí.
Are you guys using you're using IP to connect to them or machine name?
We are using IP.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it should be good. I'm not sure beyond administrator. Does it give you an error that says like bad authentication or just not connecting at all?
Sorry, I guess you can see what Igor is trying to do. Okay.
I can
by TeamViewer.
There we go. I just
by Teams. Sorry, by Teams.
Yeah, I can see Teams. Training 1's good. So you can't get into. I don't think you can get into multiple connections at the same time. You have to have. I think you're gonna have to have a separate VPN account for that, right? Is he using the separate VPN account for 8, 9, and 10?
He tried to use the different VPN. He tried training 8, then he tried training 10.
Sure. Let me try.
Other people complained about the training 8 and training 9. So
let me I can disconnect from my VPN and try one of the training system VPNs real quick. Let me just try. So it's strange. I mean, I can get on Training 9 with that account. Let me try one more time here. It's basically using Training 9. Try, let's see. Try this, change this group to SSL user group, SSL group. I don't know if you can see that right there. Am I still sharing my screen? I'm not sure if you can see my screen.
No,
not yet.
Okay. Let me just double check this.
A Tamires botou uma mensagenzinha aí. A 7, mas a 7 acho que o problema estava só com as 3 últimas, Tamires. 8, 9, 10.
Sim, eu falei para o Igor usar a 7, porque o pessoal o grupo que estava na 7, todo mundo tinha máquina corp, não conseguia instalar VPN.
Tá, agora entendi. A 7 está livre, é isso que você está falando? Então, Igor. Pô, valeu, Tamires, desculpa, não entendi. Tenta a 7, tenta a 7.
Já tentei, não consegui não. Tá dando esse erro aí, ó. Tem que alterar.
Eu tinha conseguido aqui acessar, por isso que eu falei dela.
Tu entrou?
Não cheguei a entrar, mas habilitou o RDP. Sorry, David.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I probably can't fix that today. I can't fix that right now. My administrator who can fix it, it's 6 a.m. in the morning for her. So she's in bed still. She's probably just getting up to get her kids ready for school. So I don't have the ability to fix that right now, but I probably can a little bit later today or by the or at least by tomorrow. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can go ahead. Igor, então entra com alguém aqui, Igor.
Beleza, eu tô no N10 aqui do Wagner.
Já tá? Okay, so David, we can go ahead, okay?
Okay, let me get back on my VPN.
Galera, só just a minute. Ok para todo mundo, né, pessoal? Falei que a gente pode ir, mas estou entendendo que sim, né? Tá. Okay, Dave. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll hit her up a little bit later today. So, like I said, it's in California. She's works in California, and right now it's 6 o'clock in the morning for her. So.
Okay.
All right. Let's see here. Sorry, I have to get back on my VPN. I'll share my screen. Okay. You see my Vantage here?
Yes.
I'll try not to use this one too much. I know that there's a big black border around this one. It's a resolution issue. It's a little bit hard for me to make this one any bigger. This one, this is one of my VMs right here, so we can kind of use this. This has a little bit more data in it too, so it makes it a little easier for us to show you some of the things. So where we left off yesterday was talking about these application configurations here. So job status views is kind of the main one there. By default, this is unchecked. So the enable just turns it on basically. Now, one thing that's important is where the web applications are installed on these machines. So under on some of your systems, these web applications may be on other boxes. They may be on the database server. They may have their own server. I'm not sure exactly where that is for all of you guys, but the web applications kind of dictates where job status views lives. So also on these machines, whatever machine has these web applications is usually running IIS. So if you look at these servers, we come in here to the add roles and features, and these servers will be running IIS like this. Now, if it's possible to add IIS to any of these servers, this is only available inside your firewall. So by default. So unless you guys have kind of tweaked settings or anything like that, Telestream doesn't really usually help with tweaking of settings just because of security risks and things like that. But inside of your firewall, so you can usually use these applications if you're on a VPN or if you're inside your network. And the IIS server is required for these web apps, right? So not sure if I have Chrome on this box. Let me really quickly go out and get Chrome. It'll make my life a lot easier. Oh, let's see. Not sure if it's allowing me to download that or not. I may not be able to grab it. Sorry, I should have been more prepared on this one. Let's see if this will let me do it now. All of our applications are really tested most thoroughly in Chrome OS. One of the things is almost every browser works okay with the job status views. If you're going to use the workflow portal and you're going to play out proxy files, the Firefox is the only one that we know that doesn't work. So Apple and Firefox got in a battle over HTML5 and which protocols are the best to use. And Firefox is still kind of held out and use a different version of HTML5. So, so Firefox does not work with proxies. It does work. It's just not perfect. It has flaws in there that we know are there. So we just kind of basically say Firefox doesn't work. But every other browser works. The one we test the most against is Google Chrome. So hopefully this will come pretty fast. It's last night I was actually a little bit worried. We had a storm and about midnight my power went out and it didn't come on until about a half an hour before I was supposed to train today. So I was a little bit worried I wasn't going to have any power. But I'm glad it came back on. My router seems to be going a little bit slow. So while we're waiting for that, basically What I have is this system has a lot of workflows, has a bunch of different workflows that you can see. I have different categories and things like that set up. Let me just minimize this. I got to wait for this to start fully here. So these job status views can be set up. By default, it's set up to all workflows. And right now, I don't have user administration on. So if I turn on user administration, and then I go back to my job status views, you'll see it brings up a different window down here. So this different window is just the security for permitted users. If I leave this to everyone, what will happen is it'll create what's called public views. And if I uncheck this and create private views, then I can select which users I have. So if I wanted to create a new user in this case, and I'll save that. Let's just create a new user. We'll call this one master, and I'll leave no password. So if I go in and move to job status views, now I have 2 users. You can see the administrator has an X, right? So administrator, even if I don't add them over here, they still have rights. So keep in mind that anytime when you come into users and create a new administrative user and you add the little checkbox for administrator, they have no blockages. The master control I would have to add over here if I want to have access to see that. So if I uncheck, or if I check this and just say everyone, it makes it into what we call a public view. When I come up here to this, I'm not sure what this little graph is, but this says create a new view. This is always the new button, whatever that icon is, and that icon changes. I'm not sure why they've changed it so much, but in this case, it's a graph. When you want to create a new workflow, what you can do is create a whole bunch of groups. So all of these are workflows in my system. These are all workflows that are in different categories. And if you can see, my categories are spread out. So if you sort it, I could come in here, I could pick a category, an entire category if I want. So this is all syndication labels. I hit OK, and I can make a new group, and I can just call this syndication labels. And then I have to show progress, and then you have to choose whether you want to show only in process jobs, allowing customers to stop, allowing them to restart, allowing them to delete, allowing them to set a priority. And then you can show also what columns they see at the top here. If I have this checked to everyone, then it's a public view, right? I'll show you that in a second. When you come back here to workflows, here are the 3 workflows that I added. And if I want to change that and add in another workflow, I could come in here and add in another workflow. So these are all the workflows that are available in my system. These are the 3 that are part of this particular view. So when I save this, it changes the name here, and I can obviously edit that. My Chrome popped up here finally. So when I come here, in this case, my web apps are running on this machine. So where this gets a little bit confusing for people is the web apps provide the website, the database provides the data, and the Vantage system might be also on a separate box, right? So if I come in, I'm just going to say localhost. In this case, if I hit enter, I get IIS. And if I put in /Vantage, then I get my Vantage web page. So this local host right here, this needs to be the IP or the machine name of whatever box is hosting your web apps, right? So any box that has these web applications will be able to run a website. Once you get here, it says select a domain. Normally you can hit search and find a whole bunch of domains. In this case, you can also hit advanced and just type in the name or IP of the database. So this is now the data feed. It gets a little confusing down here. This use default credentials actually does have the default password and everything in there. It doesn't show, but if you leave all these settings alone and just type in the IP of the machine name or the IP of this machine, So this is, again, where my database is. In this particular case, this machine has a database on it that's a standalone system, right? So I can hit localhost again. But in your case, this is wherever your database is. So in mine, this would be this David Fowers C9C. This is the name of my domain where my SQL is. And once I pop in here, there is, if you don't have user administration on, it may bypass this. And there's also a view called public view that you can sometimes use if you don't have the domain user popped in. So in this case, I'll type in my username, administrator, no password, and log in. And it brings me to these web applications. Now, licensing dictates what you can see here and what you can use. Unfortunately, there's no way to clean up this page. So this page is sort of just default what it is. The live capture, tape capture, Doubles portal, workflow portal, live edit, all of these are, and dashboard, all these are licensed features. So if you have a capture machine that's part of your Vantage system, you can use it from here. If you have a tape capture system, it's usually the same hardware but different licensing. For the tape capture, live edit allows us to do like sub clipping and things like that for existing shows that are growing. Portal, we've kind of looked at already. So in my system, Portal is going to be set up for what we call traffic manager for the most part, but Portal could be a lot of things. We'll talk about Portal next, so that's next on my list. We talked about Doubles yesterday, where that just gives you ability to reconcile the list of commercials that you're sending in at any given moment. So job status views is available for everybody. So whoever has Vantage, job status views is there. So when I click on job status views, you can bookmark this page and never have to see that main page again. So this could just be a simple bookmark and always show all your information. If you look up here, I have my public views and my private views. I have all workflows set up. So in the background, here's all workflows, and here's my syndication labels. This just gave me the ability to narrow down. So when I hit syndication labels, I likely won't have any data here because I'm not running anything. But it's these 3 workflows, right? So I built a view with 3 workflows. I could build a view with 1 workflow. I could build a view with 10 workflows, whatever it happens to be, and then you can kind of custom name it. So maybe this is like an operations department or something like that. And these are the main workflows that they use. I can narrow it down so that they don't have to go through everything. So when you hit all workflows, basically it's just it's kind of the same as if you're in your Vantage system as the domain job status. So this is all jobs in the system at any given moment. This right now is showing completed jobs in the job status view, but not in my domain job status. And that is that setting that if I come back up here, that says include completed jobs in domain status. So if I click that and save, then I close and reopen, it's my workflow designer. I have to log in again. Then they'll match. So this was set to not show completed jobs. So now these match. Here's one here, and here's the same 2 jobs here. So in here, there are, I can click on the workflow and it will show me the actions in the workflow. So I can click here and see the same actions. One downfall is these actions, whoever programmed these actions to be in alphabetical order. So they're not in the order that they happen. They're actually, watches here, watches at the bottom down here. So if you want to come down here, you can sort it by updated, and that will actually turn it into the same order as what it is up here. We can run a job here in a second, and you'll see it's pretty real time. I mean, it's not a perfectly real time. This is delayed slightly, but it does a pretty good job of showing people the job status as they go through. And like I said, you can build more views if you want. So you can see this is in public views right now. If I come back down to my job status views here and I uncheck everyone, I can save it again. And when I refresh this page, you can see all workflows move to private views. So syndication labels is still in public, and that's because this box is still checked. So if I uncheck this box, save it, move it back over here, you'll see now I have no public views, I only have private views. So that means I have to be logged in. Now I logged in as administrator here, right? If I log out and I log back in as master, which is my other user, and by the way, this is the public login that I was telling you about. So if you have public views, they don't have to log in at all. They can just hit this public button and it will take them to the views that are available for public. So if I come in here and log in, you can see I don't see the syndication labels, and that's because I don't have a user over here for master. I also don't have a user for administrator, but I have this little X here, which means that they're not blocked from anything. But I only have the one view now. I can't see my syndication label. So it's just a way to add a little bit of security in there. This page is very nice. You can do what's called highlight state rows. So if you put this on a machine down at the end of the hall, you can kind of see at a glance what's happening. So blue is completed. If we run a job, so let's see if we can find a workflow that we can run here. Try to think of something simple that will work. Oh, that one's not going to work. I was trying to think if I have something simple that I can pull in. Oops. This is just telling me that I don't have a catalog built. I'll just stick this in real quick. Those are the catalogs that don't back up. So this workflow is finished, and at some point it was pointed to that catalog, but in this case it wasn't. When I backed it up and then brought it back into the system, and I didn't configure that again. So that's an example of where the catalogs don't back up. It's pretty easy to fix. If you have a lot of catalogs, it can be a little bit challenging. If you name your catalogs in a way that goes with the workflow, it makes it a lot easier. So I'm going to turn this back on. It says offline, but that's okay. Should be able to do a manual submit here. And we can talk about manual submits and all that kind of stuff in a bit. Let me just see if I can find something. So let's see. Let's send. I was hoping to have a couple of different files here, but this is a VM, so it's not a very robust machine. But you can see, here's my job status. This is just the one workflow. Domain job status is all workflows. And you can see this is in a waiting state. So it put it in a nice yellow tone up here until it starts running. So it's in a waiting state. I'm not sure what it's waiting for. Let's see if we can get these open so you can see them both kind of at the same time. Right now, oh, we did fail this one. So this one failed. It can't remove the extension. I can troubleshoot that a little bit here. So this eventually is going to catch up and fail. So what's waiting for right now is a transport service. And the transport service has to just tell it that it failed. Not sure why my transport service is waiting there. Let's see if we even have a transport service. So my transport service is in maintenance mode right now. That's why it's waiting. I'm just gonna come in here and try to take everything out of maintenance mode. Anything that will come out should come out, and then the job will continue. So we're sort of waiting for transport to come out of maintenance mode and go back into a usable state. Let me make sure I have a good license in here. I do. Some of these will, like I said, will still be stuck in maintenance mode. Nothing I can do about Baton or Aurora. Those are all going to be stuck in maintenance mode. Looks like transport finally did kick on. So we should see some forward progress now. So this is just telling it just had to use the service to tell it that it failed. So the whole job failed. And we can go in and look at the failure. I know that's something you guys are interested in. It took a second, but this website did upend and tell me that there's a failure. And this highlight state rows, again, that just turns the whole thing the same color of whatever the state is. So it's nice that at the end of the haul, if you have this up on a monitor, instead of having to look at all the little bit of data, you can kind of see at a glance, oh, there's a bunch of problems, or there's a bunch of green, it's a very busy system, or whatever it happens to be. So also this will show you errors. So if I click on the job, I can, again, sort this. By the way, the sorting is kind of funky when you are in this black space over here, it doesn't work. It's when you move over the word, that's when your icon changes. So I sort up, then I sort down, then it sorts off. So if I sort up, that's the order of things that happen in the workflow. So watch, compute, copy, analyze, watch, compute, copy, analyze. You can kind of see those. If I want to, I can say show error. I don't even need to see this bottom panel, but I can just say show error details, and this will pop up and tell me what the error details are. So it's a little cryptic in this case. I know what's wrong with this, and I'll show you what's wrong with this. Even though this is a big workflow, you may not have knowledge of what this workflow does, but I can show you what the problem is here. What happened was this compute is trying to find a file extension, and I don't know if you noticed this when I turned it on, but this came up offline, and so I did a manual submit. And when I did a manual submit, I bypassed the variables that Vantage was trying to grab in the watch action. So this is a separate piece. We'll kind of talk about that in a minute, the receive actions. But the watch action here, when I come in, basically somebody was using the variables that are built in to the watch action file name. So if you use these 3 variables inside of a watch action, it has to watch the file instead of manually submitting the file. So if I uncheck my file name coming in there, and we can talk about variables and things like that at a later point. If I uncheck the file name there and save this, and then I bring down another action. So I'm going to bring down an analyze. And instead of using, let's see, I think I need original as my nickname. Instead of, we can talk about nicknames too if you guys are unfamiliar with that. I think most of you have experience with that. So I can come down here to my file properties, and I can grab my file name instead of using the watch action, and this will actually allow me to manually submit the file. So even though my folder is off, now I can activate it. This folder doesn't really exist. D local. It's from a different system. Now I should be able to manually submit it, and we can see a job go through. So in this case, I'm going to go back to my source. We'll pick that same file. It's probably going to take a minute to transcode. We can talk about it while it's going. Oh, so this is the old view. This is the new view. You can see it's trying to grab the file name, and it finally passed. And you can also see over here on the job status views, there's a nice big green line, right? So here's the failured one. Whatever one you're clicked on is a black line. So it's just nice. I mean, I still have this job failure here, and I can delete that. This will expire. So remember that I have my workflow set to expire failed jobs. So it's going to expire, and we can talk about how we set those expirations and things in a minute. This one, if I want to remove it and I want to purge the system, I just delete the file, right? So deactivate and activate of the workflow only turns on and off the fact that it's watching. It doesn't actually affect jobs that are running. In fact, this is an active job that's running through right now. I can still deactivate it, and the job will still transcode and run. All it does is turn on and off this watch so that it will look for new files. If I want to stop this job, I would have to legitimately stop it. Or I can just let it run and finish up and load the file. But you can tell it's pretty real time. I mean, this is at 94%. This one's at 99%. This is now at 98%. It's not perfect, but it does a pretty good job of telling you when it's done. So it's nice. The nice thing about this is your users can watch jobs flow through the system, but they don't have control to change the workflow or get into any of the settings of the workflow. So it's just a nice way. Also, this web page only takes port 80. So if you're dealing with some security issues and you have firewalls and things like that, the only port that needs to be open in order for this to see is port 80. Again, it only works within your firewall. So as long as you can see, in this case, my database, and also see the web application. So remember that this address up here is going to be wherever the web app is installed. And down here is wherever the database is installed. So this change domain piece that comes up the first time you log in, and these are settings that are per user per browser. So if I used a different browser, it would not remember my database. I'd have to set that up again. And again, I can hit search. In this case, usually the search is pretty good about finding things. And it's a lot easier for me to go in and type in localhost. The search sometimes takes a long time, and the search is not all definitive. So it did find this. I mean, I should have found it because this is on the same machine, right? So there's no firewalls. There's not even any other hardware. There's no network. But if you are on different subnets, or you're moving across different networks, you basically can, sometimes the search won't work. Usually this advanced does work. I find that it's more accurate usually if you end up with IPs than if you have machine names. If DNS is working well, then obviously it's not a big deal to use machine names. Sometimes if it's not working, one of the things I do to troubleshoot it would be to create a host file. I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with that. It's really just a troubleshooting technique. I try not to use host files in my system, but if you go to C and then programs, or sorry, C, Windows, drivers, I'm sorry, it's early in the morning for me, System 32, then drivers. You do have to be a little bit careful because there is drivers in the previous folder too, and then etc., and then hosts. This is just a way that you can set up to check certain network DNS settings before it actually goes through and tries to do the DNS. So you can, if you're having trouble getting to some of these web apps, typically what I do is come in and I'll put in a host file for the web apps and for the database server. And if that fixes the problem, then I know that I have a DNS issue. I try not to leave these unless I absolutely have to. So sometimes we have DNS issues and they're just permanent. We have some customers that just don't use DNS at all. I'm not sure what the advantage of that is other than ease of not having to set up DNS servers. But okay, so you can come in again. This just needs to be the name of the database. In this case, again, it's the database exists on this machine. If you do have custom credentials, you can set that up. So if you use a different SA account or you have a different user for SQL, so this is always going to be a SQL user for the database, whatever the SQL user is. And that can be a Windows user as well, depending on how SQL was set up. Also, you can remove instance names. If you're using a basic availability group, this would be your listener IP for the database. So listener IP is always the main database login on a basic availability group. If you're using a mirror, if you have a database mirror, which I think some of you guys do, this is going to be whatever the primary node is at the time. So if you have logged in successfully and the mirror has had a failover, it knows it's smart enough to understand that something changed in the background and it will still continue to work. But if you have not successfully logged in and it has a failed over, it might not be your primary node, it might be your secondary node. And the search will allow you to select that. So if you're on a mirror and you've searched and you don't see the primary, if it gives you an error on the primary, try the secondary. It might mean that the secondary has now become the primary. Wherever you are, once you log in, there is kind of a little trick here. So if I go back to this, this is an icon at the top that actually is a home button. So it doesn't say it, it doesn't have alt text or anything like that that pops up. You just have to kind of know that. You can also just navigate by putting in the address. This settings right here allows you to do a couple of things. One thing you can do is change your 24-hour time clock, and the other is called pre-configure database. So if I pre-configure the database, that will allow it to remember the SA password as a different password. This is not perfect. It depends on your network settings and your security settings. This may or may not work, but it's just a way to kind of, and all it is just a simple checkbox. It just means that whatever you're set to, it will try to remember that setting for all users. So if you guys do have different SA and not the defaults, you can change that. Whoever logs in first logs in as an administrator, checks this button, saves it, and then it should remember for other users that they don't have to check that, save that password. Again, they still do have to set things, I believe, like the name of the database and the name of the instance. So it can be confusing because in this case, all the defaults, it's the same, right? Vantage, name Vantage. Sometimes people even name their machine Vantage. So it's going to be all three. But it's usually this password where it affects. And if you use the custom credentials, then you can enter it. If you use default, then this is just Vantage 12!, which is the normal default. Okay. Hopefully, so I'm going to go back to the home page. This dashboard up here, if you have the it's called Array Pro. That's kind of the more robust version of the administrative properties. Then you have dashboard typically. So dashboard gives you a couple things. Number one, it gives you, so you can still look at workflows and things like that, but it also kind of gives you the ability to come in and do some flow charting. You can look at the domain job status. So this is all the domain job status in the system, which is basically the same as the other web app page. There's not a lot of extra in here, but it's just in one window. And you can look at monitors, which you can't look at in the other system. So I could look at the so if I activate a machine, if I activate a workflow here, this should refresh and show me the state of all my monitors, which is kind of nice. If I were to activate another workflow here, I'm not sure that one will activate. Let's activate. We'll try this one. You can see, and this shows there's 3 monitors, but only 2 active workflows here. That's actually because the first workflow here has 2 actions. So there's a watch action and a receive action built into the same workflow. So you can see them right there. Receive actions, by the way, never go into process. So they're just waiting for something. They're waiting for a forward from another workflow. They're waiting for an API call from a custom API if you build a custom API. They're waiting for a portal to submit the file. So when I come into my portals, I can hit the submit button and it will go to a receive. So Portal is basically just a generic API that we've built that you can kind of configure within Vantage. You can build your own APIs to do all kinds of things. So some of you may have MAM systems, some of you may have some type of file asset manager, things like that. Or you might even use portals. And if you use portals within Vantage, it'll be this receive action. The other thing is these health statistics are here. So, I mean, it's kind of rudimentary data. It's not like super fancy data. This just gives you the ability to see, percent of failures. I don't have a lot of jobs on this. This is a very slow VM. It's a 4-core VM. It's not even it's running one of like 5 VMs I have on my Mac laptop. So it just doesn't have a lot of power. So there's not a lot of job data here. Your systems would have a whole lot more information in them. Service statistics, machine metrics. So the machine metrics, again, is also available here. So all of the same information is available in here. So here's my domain workflow analytics. I can actually come in and look at the same information here as I'm looking at here. This is action analytics. So this is the action analytics here. It's a little different. This is action, this is service, but it's pretty close to the same thing. This one just has a little different information that comes with it. And then machine metrics also is here under status. Here's my machine metrics here, and here should be when it refreshes. And they match. So it's kind of crazy that I'm utilizing 78% of my RAM on here, but it's because I don't have a lot of RAM. It's very, very low RAM on this because, again, it's a VM. And I can also look at my license status, so it'll tell me what my license is, if it's activated, if it's in use, if it's expired, and my maintenance. So it's just a nice way to get in with port 80 instead of any other port. Also, if you're using workflow portals, so I think that kind of sums up most of the jobs as views, by the way. You can build views for whatever workflows you want. So all workflows is on, not by default. You have to check this enable button to see that in your management console. And one thing to be aware of too, the management console uses a higher level of user account control. So I know you guys are mostly administrators. If you're in the user account control, so this is not really ever off. It's set to never notify, but you have to go in the registry if you want to turn this off. And we do have a few patches that sometimes require us to turn the registry off. If you're running 8.0 update pack 4 right now and you have Lightspeed servers, chances are we had to go in and turn off in the registry the user account control in order to install a patch that allows you to keep your GPU acceleration. But if this is set to, I think, this level right here, then this will prompt me for user controls every time, actually a password for the user controls, where this one won't. So it still says, are you sure you want me to do it? You click OK. This one actually says, are you sure you want me to do it? And here you have to enter in a password to get to it. So VMC, which is what we call this Vantage Management Console, we call it VMC for short. This does have a higher level of user account control. So depending on your security settings and things like that, if you're up higher at one of these other settings, usually it'll prompt you. And that's a good way to kind of secure the global settings in Vantage versus what the users have access to see. And remember, also in here, we'll go back and just review, I can go into my workflow categories and I can say permitted users, right? So I can use, I can say master has access to the Brutus workflows, and I can come back to, you pretty much have to do it per category, unfortunately. So it's a little bit of time to set up, but you can limit what users can see. So if you have users that you want to be able to build workflows, but you don't want them to see all of the workflows, you can control that. So that's just a quick review there. I'm not going to save that. Okay, so let's talk about Workflow Portal a little bit. So I know that not everybody has Workflow Portal in here. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but I do want to kind of go over this very quickly. This is a big section right here. You can do a lot with Portal. So there are a web version of Portal, and there's also the thick client version. So if I come over to my icons over here, this Vantage Workflow Portal is a thick client. It's installed. There's also the doubless portal. So the Vantage portal has a little human head, and the Vantage doubless portal, it looks like a piece of paper, but it's pretty much the same icon. So don't get them confused. These client applications can be installed on other machines, but they have to be physically installed. So if you come to the installers, I'm just going to show you this really quick. Let me think about where I got to go for that. So under the installers you have, so Vantage 8.1 release, there is a installer for client applications. So that just installs these applications and then allows you to connect in with the database connectivity. So you'd come in, and as long as you can connect to the database, you can manage Vantage with these client applications on another box. Now, if you'll pay attention, this installer is very small. So this is only 75 megs. This does not have all the prerequisites in it to run Vantage. If you are on a Windows 10 box and it's up to date with all of its update packs and all the things in Windows, then typically this will work very easily. If you want to use Portal, there also is a requirement for running QuickTime to play some of the files out. So you don't have to have the QuickTime player installed, but you do have to have the QuickTime libraries, and it will give you an error when you go to do the installation. If you don't, if this does not work because it says you're missing some prerequisites, you can also install the full Vantage installer. So this Vantage installer is a little bit bigger. When I run this, I'll show you this real quick. You can come through. In this case, it's going to say, hey, do you want to modify? But I can say custom install, and I can uncheck all the services down here. And all of this is my client applications. So I don't have to have the doubless portal. I can just do the workflow portal. I can install these applications off on another machine. This one also has the third party, so you have to turn those off. It just knows what I had already installed in the system. So these right here, these installers will put in the client apps. Now, that will also add all of the prerequisites that are required in order for Vantage to run these client apps. If you have things like update packs or patches, so in this case, I have update pack 3 and update pack 4. If I had any patches or anything like that, they also have to follow the installer for these client apps. So anywhere you're running client apps or you're running Vantage services, you have to have the same update packs to match. And also, you don't want to run these installers over the top of existing. So this is an 8.1 installer. This is Vantage 8.0. I would want to uninstall all of my 8.0 before I installed my 8.1. They're not compatible with each other, and they don't. There are cases where sometimes it works, but also we have trouble with that. So it's just better to just uninstall all of the software that's Vantage before we reinstall any software here. Hopefully you just are using somebody like the professional services team of my team to come in and do your upgrades for you, because we know all those details. Okay, so Portal has a lot of different types of portals. Some of these portals are available in the web apps, and some of them are not. So sometimes you have to have the thick client in order to use Portal. Syndication is one of those. Now, you guys probably aren't using syndication. In the US, we have syndicated shows, and they come from the syndicated provider, all marked up with an XML that shows in and out points for each segment in the show. So a customer can come in, download it in the system. We can automatically pull certain segments out. So we pull the black out for local. We have what we call barter spots, which are the ads that the syndicator uses to get paid. And then they have in-show promos, and they have segments that are actual shows, and it all kind of automatically segments it out, and then somebody can go in and check it in a portal. So that's what this one is. But this one does not work it's an example of one that does not work in the web version, only in the thick client. The way that you set these modes will dictate what's available as settings inside of the system. So when we talk about binders and things like that, remember how we have the green file hanging folders. Those have all of the information about the file in them. A forward binder will save it, and when you send, so basically, let's go in and actually look at a portal if I have one. So this is the file I just barely put in, sample HT10. I don't have my proxy set up, so we can actually go through and I'll show you why that's not working. So this has a redirect inside of it, right? So I'll go through that in a moment. So there is a file already there. It just isn't redirected in my interface to point to the correct file. So this this is something that would be set up when we originally do, but just troubleshooting wise, if you don't see a proxy here and you think that there should be a proxy there, it's probably this issue. So it's easy for support or for somebody like myself to go in and fix that problem. It's not something normally a normal user administrator on site would have to deal with. They could if they wanted to, but it's complicated. By the way, all the information on how to fix that is inside of our domain management guide. So if you have access to the domain management guide, you can, if you know where to look, you can find that information on how to fix that. So this is going to show me all my label information that I have, and it's going to give me my start times and end times and durations. All that comes from Vantage. Here's my audio leveling information. So all that just stays in that label. Remember, a label is like a piece of paper that you can write values down and save them. In this case, we don't have information like title, client, and agency because we didn't get a sidecar XML that has that information. This is just, I just manually ingested this file. But this file is in my repository. So it's in a catalog called inventory. And I can submit this file to a second workflow that actually takes all this information and does the physical processing. And that way I could come in and I could make some trim points, like my start time I could change. Obviously, I can't change it if I can't see a proxy. So let's go fix that proxy really quick. The reason that proxy, there's a couple things. And again, I'm going to fix it really quickly because this isn't something you normally have to do. In the IIS manager, you basically have to have a virtual directory that kind of redirects things. So if we come down here to our sites, this is our website of Vantage. Basically, we make it on the same level. So I'm just going to add a virtual directory. I'm going to make a proxy alias. I'm going to show my physical path, which my physical path actually is my store. So let's see where the store is. So it's ZBXF stores where I've kept this. And normally this would be UNC paths and things like that. I'm going to just mark my physical path. I'm going to do connect as and say a specific user. In this case, I'm going to be administrator. So this gives permissioning in the background where oops. Hopefully I got it right there. The password is invalid. Shoot, I might not. Let's see. This is my Mac So it might want my I might not be able to set up this one. It's a little bit weird because this is a VM on my Mac. It kind of inherits some of the user. Maybe let's try. Let's see. I don't even know which users, because when you set this up, it's sort of all automatic in the background. So I may not be able to show you the proxies on that one. We could actually switch to my other system because it is set up. Once you set up the virtual directory, though, what it is I need this. So this one's this one's proxy. This one already has an alias in it. And maybe if I just send this file to that store. Actually, no, that store does not exist on my system. So the big issue is that I don't have this alias set up. So my file exists in there. I just can't get to it. I'm going to switch to my other system real quick, and I can show you, because this one I can set up. So this one has this one already should have a virtual directory. Again, I'm not going to really go through all the details on how to set that up. You can see I have proxy stores with aliases already set up. Let's see. I think that in this case, we're going to end up going to the local store. So this is my proxy set up with my alias. So I have a similar workflow here. So let's go in and find a version of it that I can use. Let me see. There we go. Sorry, I've got to figure out the one of the workflows that I can use here without putting in a whole lot of effort into building it. Let's do this. Local review portal. So I'm going to activate this workflow. This is the same workflow, pretty much, that I just showed you. So receive, watch, register at the end. Let me just make sure where that goes. So that's going to go to my local catalog. And then basically the local catalog, it's going to store the files in where the proxy is specifically set to go. And this is this flip action that's in here. Again, I'll go through more details about stuff like this, but this flip action has to be set to go to a specific store. I just need to make sure that it's not going to go to a random place, because it has to go to the store that has the alias. So I'm going to go to the local store here. Let me just make sure local store, I have an alias. Okay. Instead of going to an available store, I have to go to a very specific one because it has to be aliased. And by the way, I accidentally opened that in read only, so I have to go back in and change that. And then we can run one job real quick and I'll show you. So local store, activate this again. Let me make sure that this will actually not have that same error. So in this case, I have an analyze that's set to grab the information. And so this remove, this one's a little bit opposite in the front. Here we just are localizing the file first. I should be able to grab a similar file. So I have source. I think I have the same file in here somewhere, maybe not. we'll just use 50 miles south. That's going to be a small file. So this is ingesting. I also have web apps going on this machine. So you can see my job status views going through here. If I'm a user and I have access to the workflow designer, I would definitely prefer to watch the workflow designer to see my files go through. I would prefer not to have to go to the web status views, but the web status views is great for people who you don't want to have access in here, right? My system's having a hard time waking up here. Haven't run a file through it in a little bit. Okay, so that finished. So the register is what puts it into Portal. So if I come in here, I'm going to have to switch my configuration, and I'll show you a little bit about that. I think I have a local regional review here. And there's my 50 miles south. So there's a proxy. Again, this one does not require the alias. What requires the alias is if you are in the web version of Portal. So if I come in here, I have a bunch of different portals. So the local spot inventory is the one that I want to pick. We'll kind of talk about how to switch those, but here's my 50 miles south. And because I have a proxy set up, I see the proxy here. Now, I can scrub in this file if I want to, move around. I might even have, the web version does have the ability to show captions if I have that set up in the workflow. I can show a web VTT caption file. This gives me my metadata. If I want to change my in and out points, I can mark him at a different point. So right now it says my in point is 0. If I hit go to, my cursor will automatically jump there. But if I click somewhere in this space here, I can kind of move where I want that to start and then hit mark. And you can see I started now 12 frames in. My duration would be, let's say I want to make this 10. I can come in and actually make it 10 seconds, and it will automatically change my end time. So now it's 10 seconds and 12 frames. Let's say I wanted to come off 10 seconds and 10 frame, or 10, sorry, 10:00. It automatically changes my duration. So there's some math that happens in the background, and that's set in the Portal settings. And that'll allow me when I hit submit now. So in this case, submit is up here in this corner. On this one, submit is down here. So this is the thick client, has the same exact information. The portals do not refresh on their own, and this label information did not get saved unless I save it. But if I came into the web, I could save the settings that I have. But this submit button sends it to another workflow that now takes all these values and makes trims on this file. So the file's untrimmed to this point. It's kind of like proxy editing. So this is a small proxy. It streams well. It's easy to use. In this case, I can click and move around with my arrow keys. If I use J, K, and L, I can kind of move back and forth like an editor fairly quickly. Spacebar plays the file and stops the file. I can just manually scrub as well. And then if I hit my little go to marks, it will just automatically take me. So if I wanted to change this, I could back it off a few frames and I can say mark, and it will change my in and out points. And again, if I wanted this to be exactly 15 seconds, then it would automatically do the math for the end time. So this duration and end time are kind of correlated together. All of these settings are things that we set inside the portal. So this is my local store. Sorry, go back to They both say local. So go back to my workflow portal settings here. So this is the local regional spot inventory portal, and that is what I have selected here. It just says local at the top here, but it is the same workflow. So where that actually is set is the catalog that we picked. So in this case, these are all the catalogs in my system. This catalog here is local catalog. So that's what it's showing. So the forward binder means that I collect all the data and I can just send it through without re-ingesting it and it's all the same information. So as I send it to the next workflow, it maintains the same binder. And if I put more information in the binder in that second workflow, it'll just maintain one copy. There's also a copy binder, which means it'll make a second version of the binder. There are kind of advantages to both of those. So copy binder does have limitations. You cannot edit, do things like edit trim points in a copy binder, but it does mean that you don't have to worry about nicknames, because nicknames you cannot repeat in Vantage. If there's a nickname on a file, you have to deal with that nickname before you could rebuild that nickname. If you wanted to run the job through a second time, I would have to clean up the nickname before I could make that same version again. Things like browse network binder, you can actually build a portal where you can just use a Windows network to browse and find a file and submit a file. So it gives a nice way to create an interface for a person without having to give them access into Vantage if they want to do some manual submits. The create EDLs or the CMLs, these are both set up to create an edit decision list. So you can do simple editing. I want to take this bumper or this trailer and add it to the main Vantage file. And when I do, it will stitch them together, right? CML is the newer way of doing things that uses our post-producer product, and it gives you access to a lot more advantages, a lot more features. When you're doing editing, you can change things in the CML from the binder. The EDL is what we call a TS EDL. It's a Telestream edit decision list. That's an old file format. It just stitches things together. So it's a very simple editor. And you can build a portal that'll allow you to do that. So you can browse files that you've ingested, stick them together, and when you hit submit, they all are together in one file. Things like the VOD and the retime assets and things like that. So retime asset is going to be our tempo product. Tempo allows you to put to change the duration of a file by 10%. So up to 10%. So it takes a little bit here and a little bit there and changes the file. And to the person watching it, you don't actually notice that there's any changes. It reattenuates the audio. It goes through and does all the, it kind of just takes a little slice here and a little slice there from places that nobody would miss them. It's like a frame here and a frame there. And what it does is allows you to put in another commercial break or take out a commercial break. So when we're moving from the US to Europe, Europeans don't tolerate as many commercials as the people do in the US. So we take out a commercial break if you're taking and repurposing content from the US. If you're repurposing content from Europe and you send it back to the US, we want to put in another commercial break because they want to add more commercials, and US viewers will tolerate more commercials. Again, syndication just as markup, and then the IMF logging, I've never used that. I believe it's just a way to set up the files. I'm not sure if you're familiar with IMF, but my understanding of it, and again, I'm not even that familiar with it, is basically, Disney makes a movie and maybe there's scenes that would be more offensive in like Arabic countries, Islamic countries. So they have kind of just scenes that can be swapped out. And IMF logging will have the ability to mark up the file so that it knows when you're in region, 4, that it goes through, and as soon as it gets to the scene that needs to be swapped out, it automatically moves to the scene that they've created that's okay. So it just gives you the ability to set that. Okay, so in Portal, when you set up, there's a bunch of tabs down here at the bottom. So you basically control which catalog. You allow users to delete binders if they want to. So if I came in to my portal, I could automatically delete this. Also, I have what's called auto delete. So when I hit submit, whatever's in here will disappear and move on to the next workflow, or it'll stay in here and I could make more adjustments and send it a second time. So that's this auto delete. If I hit the show catalogs binder, show catalogs browser, if I had multiple catalogs in here and I save this and then I restart it, if you'll notice up in this corner, there isn't a lot of information. There's just one currently, but if I say change reload and I go into the exact same one, now I have the ability to browse different catalogs. So if I had different catalogs that had different information in them, I could pick and choose which one. So I can kind of control that. If a user doesn't want to, if we don't want a user to be able to see spots, but we do want them to see local, I can just remove that, save it. And then again, I have to change and reload my catalog. So I still see local, but I can't get to anything else. So if I can only get to one, then it kind of doesn't make sense to show it. So I can just uncheck it. And then the person doesn't even know that they can get to it or not, right? So if I come back in here again, change reload, now that disappears and all they see is what's in local because there's only one. So it's very customizable. Again, this is sort of a generic API. I'm not going to go into every detail on here. You do have labels you can create. So all of this is stuff you could add metadata. If you were coming in here, these are blank fields. I can just type in, hey, this is called 50 miles south. You know, I can add this information and it will stay with this label. So it's a way for me to add metadata if it's not there. It's also a way for me to manipulate metadata or get in just even some fields. The trimming, all of that, when I showed you basically all of the math that happens here. So if I type in 14 here, it automatically changes my duration at the bottom here. And if I change this to 2, it changed it does the math for the duration. So usually it's the start and end time that we really care about. Those are the ones that are actually going to be used in the next workflow. But the duration is important for the user here so that they see that it's a file that's a 15-second commercial or a 30-second commercial or whatever it happens to be. The math happens here. So I come down into my trim label and I add my variables that I'm going to use to do that math. And I could have more than one group if I had a more complicated system, like, for example, the syndication, where I have segments that I'm timing out more than one segment. I have more than one of these in the system. I can set up hotkeys. So, you know, if people hit F2, that's my start time. F3 is my end time. I also can say I want these to be hidden or read-only or a field that they can adjust. So I can lock each field independently. So people, when they come into my label, they can change some of this information, like the things I want them to change, title, client, agency, but they can't change this top field, which is my ad ID. They can't change where the spot came from, things like that. So I can lock that. We're getting in, I mean, this is kind of pretty deep for very specific use cases. So, you know, I don't want to spend a ton of time when I don't think it's something you guys are using a lot, but if you are using it, it's very helpful to understand what this is. So I can add variables. If I add variables, what that means is that when I hit my submit button, so let's see if we can add a variable. So house ID, that's going to be what I want my file to be named. is called house ID. When I save this, let's see, it says there's no workflows that are going to be visible to the user. So let me just make sure. And this forward to workflow is basically, this is the second workflow. So this is going to be the workflow that has the receive in it. So this one's going to go local to dub list inventory. And then I can show forward to workflows. I can show a tab if I want to. So if I wanted to make a bunch of options like, hey, I want to be able to send this to 10 stations or 1 station, I could have workflows that are just to send to each station, and then you can check each one and have the show forward to workflows, or you could check all and they would go to all of them. So it's kind of stuff you pre-plan in the background. So I think, let's see, my variable, I think we have that set. So when I come into here, let me just do my change reload just to make sure it took my setting changes. Now when I hit submit, before it goes to the workflow, it comes up and asks me my house ID. So now I have to come in and type in, this is going to be called David 5. And when I hit submit, it's going to go to a second workflow. Now, in this case, I don't have my other workflow on yet. So this will just tell me, oh, that workflow doesn't exist, basically. If the other workflow does exist and it's not on, it will tell me it's not on. If it is on, it will send it through that other workflow and it'll do whatever it's supposed to do. It's a little bit challenging. This is a customer's backup that I brought in. And so I don't have all the infrastructure that they have to show. This is something that I build on a regular basis, so I understand all the variables and all the things that are going to it in the background, and it would be very easy for me to customize and set up for this for my system if I needed to. But yeah, forward to workflows, permitted users, and then this binder details view is just going to be, so across the top, these are kind of defaults that are built in. If I come into my portal, you'll see some of that information is here. Here's the play button, the submit button. Here is the created, and then the binder name is ISKI. So if I come down here, I don't have binder name checked. If I check it and save it, it'll be the same value as what's already there. So this just gives me the ability to kind of control what people can see across the top. So now I see binder name, but ISKI ad ID is the same. And then these are all filterable fields. So if I wanted to look up a specific filtered account, let's go, let's switch portals here. This one has a few more files in it as all. So let's say I wanted to look up the word stop here. I can come in and just type in stop, and anything that has stop in it will show. If I wanted to do something a little like bakers, I can just start typing, and if I needed to, I could add another character. But it's very good at whatever's in any of these fields. You can kind of search. You can also sort these by any way you want to. So if I wanted to sort it by provider, I could come in and say, oh, I have these following files and I have this one here. So here's a 50 miles south. This 50 miles south is in here because I also ingested it to the spots inventory. This is actually from 8/31/2021. So this I did last August. And it's still in here because I didn't expire it. I don't expire the files on my test systems. The catalogs have separate expiration though. So when you come into Vantage in this workflow here, this little button up in the top corner is what opens up the properties for this workflow. So if I open that up, you can see I have an expiration, and I'm going to deactivate this workflow so you can see it a little better. When you deactivate it, you can edit it. So this data in here will expire in 720 hours, but I put it in a catalog, and so my catalog changes my expiration. So I stuck this in my local catalog, and if I right click and go down to properties, I can see I have this one actually set to 168 hours because it's my local My spots, however, if I go and look at that one's set to never expire. So the one I just sent in today is in my local catalog. If I look here, 50 miles south, that one came in today. If I look in spots, it's also in here somewhere, 50 miles south. This one came in at a different time, right? So it's the same file. I just ingested it a long time ago, and then I ingested it again today. What dictates when it expires, by the way, is the register action. So most of the time, and workflows all expire just on the job itself up here. So that's the only thing that can control it. But when you're going to catalogs and you register files, you can control when the actual file expires by these settings here. So this is saying inherit it from the catalog, or I can say never expire, or expire after a certain number of days, or set expiration to a specific date, or set expiration based on job expiration. So the job expiration would be the one that's up here. Sorry, there's a lot of details here, so I don't want to just talk about stuff that you won't use, but if you guys do use portals, this is pretty important. The rest of this information, title, client, job, agency, all of that information, if I come back down to my portal configuration. So in this case, I'm in my spots portal, which is called broadcast spot inventory. I'm working on spots here. So this binder details view, this takes a label and allows me to, I can sort where they are, but all of these fields are just fields that came from my metadata label. So that's that piece of paper, remember? And if I hit my little add delete columns, this is all the labels in my entire system. And you can see I'm using the broadcast inventory label, and I have 9 fields. So I could use multiple labels if I wanted to. I could have other labels. In this case, I have just using the broadcast inventory label, and these are all the fields that are available to me, and I just check the box if I want to use it. And then if I want to sort them, I can use these arrows to sort where they are in the system. So if I want to control what I see at the top here, again, this information that's up here is only really there to help people sort through things. So right now I have 40 items in here. If I wanted to sort through and find specific stuff or a specific file, I could using my filters or using my my sorting. This is a small system, so most of these with commercial content will have 2 or 3 or 4,000 files in them. So it makes a lot more important to be able to sort through. The web version of Portal, these are all my same portals. So if I hit my, this is going to say, do you want to switch portals? I'm going to go from my local portal to my broadcast spot inventory. So if I hit broadcast spot, it says, are you sure you want to switch? This is going to be the same portal as we're looking at here. This one only has 40 items in it, but this one has 150 items per page. So you can up that or lower that depending on system resources. I mean, most of the time these days, I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to be in 500 if you have a lot of files. This one, the filters are a little different. So instead of just having this little funnel here, you still have the funnel, but the funnel only works on the binder. And in this case, I'm not showing binder. So if I come in here, you see this binder name is unchecked on this particular portal because it's the same as ISKI add ID from the label. But if binder name is not checked, then I can't use the funnel in the portal. So I have to use the filters here. So I can say show filters, and I could come in and we could still find a file that had any information in. Like if I want to look up dads, I could look up dad, and then I can hit contains, and it'll pull up the file that I want. And then if I want to unfilter it, I have to say no filter. It's a little more clunky. Again, this has advantages in the fact that, number one, this player is a little lighter weight, and these stream a little easier. Also, this is only port 80, so that's the big change, where this portal requires a bunch of ports to be open to use, and also you have to install this. This one can be used from anywhere that you have the address as long as you have access within your firewall. So That's the main change. If you have 100 users, you don't want to have to update client apps every time you go out and upgrade your system. But they both give the same information. So if we want to find our 50 miles south file in here, so let's sort by
David.
Yes.
I believe that requires a lot of work from database. So how many clients I can use workflow portal from MySQL standard?
So number one, I'll start with saying that this is a license feature. So with the job status views, it's open. Anybody can log in. Anybody can use it. With Workflow Portal, you only get so many sessions.
Yes.
So yeah, so when I come in here to my license, there's usually a, let's do a search instead of having to go through every feature. So this one says only 5 authorized users at any given point. And you can buy these in bundles of 5. So there is another tab here. I don't know if you noticed that, but under licenses, this is your license for Vantage, but this portal license, this shows all of the tabs that are open that are licensed. And my system actually allows me to have a few more than 5, but normally it's a floating license. So you'd really only ever have 5 people at any given time unless you buy another chunk, another set of 5, then you could have 10. And those are all licensed features, right? And if it gets above that, then they go into demo mode, which means that it's a little bit harder to open. And when I close these successfully, it will remove itself from this window as well. So you can kind of see who's in the web portal versus the regular thick client portal, things like that in the system. This is a little bit, it's a little bit deceiving. This is actually less information than you think because there's a refresh button. So what happens is this does not automatically refresh, and there's also the refresh button in the web version. So if I come in here, you see this refresh. They look a little different, but they're the same. So this does not automatically refresh. And in fact, this little word up here will turn green after so long to show that there's new content. So it turns green, but the system does not refresh unless you choose to refresh it. So that's one thing that kind of helps protect this from being a huge data suck all the time, just constantly refreshing. Basically, people can leave this open. Let's say they don't do anything for 30 minutes. They can come in and hit refresh at some later point, and it'll bring in the new content, but that's only one data feed. But then they do have to refresh it. So once they refresh it, it kind of pulls into this interface and it's sort of just done. It's not really a data feed again until they refresh it. As far as the proxies go, that really doesn't have anything to do with the database at this point. So this is just a window that's a virtual, in the thick client, it does have the address in the background of where you're going to see this particular proxy. And let me show you in Vantage. So in the flip action, this is the proxy where we're creating the proxy here. There's a very specific nickname structure. So if I come in here, I have my output nickname is called Vantage Proxy. And that's how it knows this is the file to play in the binder when I play back the file. If I use a different nickname, so this is actually a locked nickname. I know you can't see that from here. If I go into my media nicknames and I find Vantage Proxy, it's going to be at the very bottom. You can see there's a lock. So I can't even change the name of this. I can't delete it. This is a set version that's in here. And that nickname is how it understands which version of the file, because I have probably several versions of this file in my binder. I have the broadcast version. Eventually, I have my original. I have my localized version, and they're all bigger. This is a nice, small streaming version. So it allows it to show which one goes there. But again, this is just kind of the IIS settings that kind of move that around. So if you have a lot of users, I mean, 5 users is not a big deal on an all-in-one system. But if you have a lot of users who have to use portals, then you really want to consider building up an IIS server specifically for using portals. That helps take some of the load off of the Vantage resources. And also, if you have a lot of users, at some level, you don't want to be using Express for the SQL database. You want to be using SQL Standard. And you can buy as many licenses of Standard as you need. So it's expensive. The default is 2 cores of processing power, but you can easily add another 2 cores and another 2 cores if you really had a lot of users that needed to be there. So you can really beef up the system in order to use that. We don't have a lot of customers who have multiple SQL Standard licenses, and we do mostly use core licensing, by the way. If you're one of the people who does any purchasing for Vantage, when you buy their SQL licenses, we recommend core licensing over Cal licensing because Microsoft is intentionally vague about what Cal licensing really consists of. Cal licensing is a little cheaper, but technically we think that every one of these clients would need its own Cal license. So anytime you open up a client, you'd have to have a separate Cal license in order to attach to it, where a core license just says as many people as you want in the building can attach to it, and it protects you license-wise. Do you guys, I mean, do a lot of you guys use Portal already? I know there's lots of varying systems out there. Do you guys use Portal at all?
No, I don't think so. Here in Rio de Janeiro, no.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I just talked a long time about something you guys won't ever really use. It's kind of cool though. It's very exciting. I mean, for in this case, you know, this is a way for, so I'll go over the use case for this particular one right here. So for a traffic department and a traffic, we call it traffic, but that's really the commercial content that comes in for a station. That's kind of the cash register that runs a television station, right? That's how they make their money, is ads. So what this does is this ingests the ads from all the different providers. From national providers, they send us a sidecar file. So let me show you that. So if I go to, oops, that's syndication, spots. So these are all different national providers. So like Extreme Reach would be a national provider. So they send us an ad and then they send us a sidecar file that goes with that ad. And if you open up that sidecar file, you get to see the information that comes in. So we have things like the description. So this is going to be description. The ISKI is the number. So like an ISKI for like Coca-Cola ad never changes. So the one that aired in 1980 has its own ISKI, and you could look it up and play that ad. Here's the description. Here's the play length. So in this case, we do things a little different. This gives us a duration and a start time, and we do the math in the background, and we understand how that's set up specifically for Extreme Reach. It might be a little different for another provider. They might give us a different bit of data, and we set that up specifically for those providers as well. So we know this is from Extreme Reach. We know that the file output name, what the name is, the size, the copy dates, agencies. So this is who built it, Synaptic Digital. If it's an HD or SD, we don't really use that anymore because not a lot of ad companies will do SD anymore. In fact, it's the harder part is getting them all to take 4K files and convert them down to HD, because broadcast is HD, but all the camera formats are 4K, so everybody's editing in 4K now. But this information ingests separate from the file. So if I were to look up, I'm not sure if I have this one in my system, but if I were to look up that ISKI, let's see if it's one that I've ingested. It is. So all of this information just disseminated into our system, and now we can use it to make decisions, right? We know what the in and out points are and things like that. The local portal is for the local ads. So we might have an ad for a car manufacturer like Ford, that would be from a national agency, but we might have the local car dealer, David's Ford, on the corner. That would be the one that would have a local ad, and that one wouldn't come with a sidecar file. So that's where the local comes in. These ones are sort of ready to go, whereas the local stuff doesn't have that information. So you come in here, obviously 50 miles south didn't have the house, the title, the client, the agency, but we do have some pieces in Vantage that are able to detect the in and out points to begin with. And then if they're wrong, so this gives you a place to review it. And once you review it and you hit submit, it actually uses a workflow to change it from local to the spot inventory. And what the reason for that is, then they can submit a dub list. So they'll have 2,000 or 3,000 files hanging out in their spot inventory. And when they submit the dub list, it finds just the 10 they need. And then the dub list portal has ability to show you what got found and what needs to be found or what hasn't been found. And it'll look for a couple of days. So you can kind of set thresholds on when it'll stop looking and that kind of stuff. So if a file does come in after the dub list has been submitted, it'll automatically push it across. But it gives you the ability to have certain files you need to check because they don't have the metadata, and certain files that are already ready to go. So it takes away from the user having to go in and manage those files manually. So it kind of adds a big component of automation that normally we wouldn't have to do. And we do a pretty good job of finding the in and out points, but they're not perfect. We set thresholds. So just, I don't want to get too far ahead, but I'll show you some of that real quick. So this analyze everything. We can talk about this stuff later this week. So this analyze, basically, the cool thing about an analyze action, the reason that analyze is so good is we can do a single file read and analyze a whole bunch of information all at once. So we don't have to read the file and do a bunch of different processes. It just, once it reads it, it can just measure whatever you want. If you want to add any of the analysis pieces in here, they can all happen at the same time. So this slate spot analysis is the piece that actually finds those in and out points. And this has thresholds. So it's hard to, you can't, I mean, we're just sort of guessing, right? We don't know. I mean, if a file has a bunch of black at the beginning, maybe that's a creative thing, or maybe that is actually black because they were told to add black to the front. Or we have a slate at the front, so we know what the ad is. This kind of has some thresholds, like what's the minimum slate duration is going to be 3 seconds. The maximum is going to be 12 seconds. So somebody sends in a 15-second slate because they don't know what they're doing and they don't set it exactly like a normal broadcast, then we might have trouble with that file. So we send everything through a review portal so that they can double check it. We also set like thresholds on how long black is in the middle. Sometimes people use a black chunk in the center of their middle of their file in order to add an artistic element, right? So it might fade down and then fade back up. It's a different day or whatever it happens to be. So we have the ability to kind of adjust some of that. And then how black is it? Also, do we consider audio? So if there's audio, but no, sometimes the audio starts before file fades in. So it's about 90% accurate. About 8% of the time it's off maybe a frame or two because of like a fade. And then 1% of the time it's just wildly off and you have to reset it. So what we do is we make it so that it's easy for a customer to come in. The operator can just check this very quickly, hit go to, mark it in, mark it out, and hit submit, and then it's ready to go for automation. And then if they want to, they can add some metadata, or they don't have to. We don't care about the metadata. We don't use this title client agency in order to make decisions on how to transcode the file, but they might want that in their automation system when they play it out as a commercial. So that gives them more control on how they look up that particular commercial if they need to. Most of the time that's already kind of pre-done because the traffic department in the US, at least, will decide what the house ID is supposed to be and what the content is, and then the automation system just calls up that house ID. So in this case, the file's called 50 miles south, but in their broadcast system, they may call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so it'll just look up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and play it when it's supposed to, and it's just all automated, right? I'm not sure how. I do traffic manager a lot. Like that's one of my specialties. Is I set up this commercial content for stations, but I've never set up anything outside the U.S. So most of the automatic processing and stuff like that happens, I don't think people outside the U.S. use. It's kind of a different animal. It does help kind of limit how much staff has to be. Instead of having to download files manually and trim them in automation systems or review every single file, they still typically review every file. There's a quality control check that happens, but it doesn't have to. They don't have to typically worry about the in and out points. So that's something that can be done ahead of time, 30 days in advance, and then when the system's ready, it'll automatically queue up those files. So they don't have to be reviewed ahead of time. They just have to be reviewed right before they air. Okay, so again, Portal has a lot of uses. There's a lot of different things you can do in it. I don't want to talk about it too much more. If you guys have specific needs or you want me to go into more detail about anything like that, I'm happy to do that. The Doublets portal here.
One question.
Yeah.
All this change in workflow port, web application or Windows application, will be replicated to the original file? For example, quote only a piece of a media.
So I think I understand your question. So in this case, so this file we just ingested, right? There is, so I'm going to say view binder. So this is the copy of the binder, right? There's a bunch of different versions. So there's this original. This is what came from my source folder. I always copy the file locally when we do this type of work. The reason being is we want to control this file for as long as we're supposed to keep this file from expiring. So when, if somebody had the original file in the folder and they, let's say they submit it and then somebody else goes in and says, oh, why is this in here? And they delete the file, Vantage has its own copy. So we use a copy action here at the beginning. This is what localizes the file. This brings it in and keeps it, and then it's in a store. So if I go back to the binder here, you'll see that this is a store. It's in LSK20 Vantage, 50 miles south. This particular store is not set the same. So if I look at my store here, this store has this folder scheme selected as name. So that's where, let's see, this one also, so this one is using the kind of the generic identifier. It really just depends on what store things go into. But this BXF store has name and date, and this file honestly ended up going in there. So it changes the way that you can search for things, right? It makes it a little easier to search in the store if you want to do that. But this copy is something I have control over in Vantage until it expires. So based on my catalog data, this is going to expire in 30 days. I have control, or actually, sorry, this one's going to expire in 7 days. So I have control over it even if somebody changes the original. The proxy also is in a store. It'll also expire with the rest of the data. And by the way, you can kind of see over here, there's a view. That's just because this player can play out this particular file. So this is an old Silverlight player. 50 miles south, MP4 makes it so that I can watch it here if I wanted to in the binder. It's not the smoothest. I push play and it's still, there it goes. So I can watch it if I want to, and I can listen to it if I have speakers. The metadata is kept here. So here's my label information. Again, that's also in the store. And then I have my attachments if I have any, like my spot inventory. So if I were to go into a national, let's see if I have. So sorry, I'm looking for one that's these are all jobs that I've had in my system. Most of this is syndication stuff. Not sure if this will have any sidecar files, but if it has like the sidecar XML, that information is also still there. Yeah, so here's like sidecar XMLs. And if I want to, like this is called PB, that's called Pitch Blue, that's a syndicated provider. I can come and right click and I can usually say open containing folder. I can't on this one because this one is the original. This is the on an FTP server. So I can't see that one, but I do have a version of it that is on, and we just named it something different as it kind of comes through the system. So these are different stages of the same information. This PB XML comes in, it gets managed by our syndication action, and then the analysis result is a second, it's kind of the output of the overall piece where it's been changed and remarked. So typically I don't know if this is an old file, so I'm not sure if it'll still be there, but you can say open containing folder, and usually it will just open right to the folder in the binder where it is. And that's actually the case for every file. Again, this system is a little bit funky. It keeps giving me errors saying it can't find those files. If we go back to let's go back to our 50 miles south final. Let's see. Those came in 2020. Obviously, I need to clean up my system. So 50 miles south should be right at the top here. And if I right click and I say view binder, I can look at any of the files. So this one's in a specific folder. I can say open containing folder and it'll take me right to that folder. It means that I can come in and find, and whenever you're in a binder, it's only one item per binder. So the way that this workflow works, maybe I didn't quite answer your question. When I come to my operations workflow, so this is the second part. This is the part you haven't seen yet. These are all templates. So this is a Grass Valley format. This is a Harris Nexio format. This is an Omnion MXF format or QuickTime reference format. But these are all kind of pieces. And then what I do is also marry one of these automation pieces at the end. So if I click on this operations encode, let me show you how this one works. So this either gets the information from a doublist or from a manual submit. So if I came in here and I hit submit, that's the receive action that it would hit, right? And then it would come in, and in this case, my populate action is going to pull the information out of the label. And if you want, we can talk about labels a little more. So there's putting information into a label. So in the ingest, that's what I do is I add information, In this case, I'm taking the information back out of the label. So I took out that piece of paper and now I'm reading all the information back. And this is how I get all of my metadata back in to make decisions, right? So here's my audio analysis. We can talk about why I do all these separate ones too a little bit later if you want. Here's all my file properties. These are the key fields that I know I need to make decisions in my file. And then I come in and I make decisions on what kind of audio I have. This is how I channel map my files. So I don't want to get too in depth into this until we kind of talk about variables a little bit. So maybe later in the week. But basically what I do is I use these construct actions to map the different types of audio. So if this is a 5.1 file with surround sound, then I might map it differently than I would if it was a stereo file. So this just allows me to map those kind of dynamically. I put a stereo pair on 7 and 8 and another stereo pair on 1 and 2. And then I use my flip action, and my flip actions are a little more dynamic. So these come in, this is where it gets those trim values. So it came in and got the trim value, so it knows where to trim the file. It knows if it's an interlaced file or not, so it kind of uses, it doesn't matter what the source is, we always output the correct version. We can upscale, or we can put pillars or curtains or letterboxing in for resizing. My channel mapping is all bound variables, so that all comes from my constructs. And then if I have silence, so in this case, this is going to be a 1 and 2 and 7 and 8, so nothing on 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we add silence in order to make sure that there's something there for the broadcast server to kind of bite into. We want to make sure so nothing is the same as silence, but silence allows the system to see that there's something there, even though your ear doesn't hear anything. So there's nothing to configure in this. It just adds it if there's not audio. And then this audio level will audio level all the files so there's channel 1 and 2, and then we volume level 7 and 8 separately. So in this case, in the US, we often will have Spanish on what we call SAP. So the 1 and 2 will be an English stereo pair, and Spanish will usually be on 7 and 8. We have more Spanish speakers than Portuguese. And we also have most Portuguese people can understand Spanish very well, even though not all Spanish speaking people can understand Portuguese as well. So the languages go the other direction. Portuguese is a little more complicated for most people. At least that's what I've heard. I may be wrong. I am not an expert. Also, in here we have the file name. So this is where we name the house ID. So the file name gets placed here, and when the file is output, it's output as the house ID, not the ISKI. And the doublets can provide this, or also you can type this in and send this through. And that's all thanks to Portal. So I can come in here and I can have it so when I hit submit, it asks me for a house ID, or I can just type in my house ID. And it all depends on how I have things set up in my Portal configuration here. So if I don't have any variables, let's see, I need to switch to my local spot inventory. So I went in my variables and I added house ID. If I don't have any variables there, then it understands that the piece in here doesn't need to have that extra pop-up box. So in here, when I type in my house ID here and I hit submit, it doesn't pop up the box. And this is saying the license is no longer valid. It's just I have too many licenses open at once. And the way to clear that, by the way, if you do use Portal, I can come in here and I can just delete all these licenses, kick people off if they don't log off properly. And it'll usually keep the ones that are open. So these are both unlicensed currently. And you can see unlicensed at the top. If I close those and refresh, typically, let's see. So I no longer have any portals open. They're supposed to close down, but my system might be a little bit messed up. I have so many, so I have a lot of different variables in here, and it won't even allow me to delete that. So this is not a good system to judge Vantage by. This is a system I intentionally break. So it's good for me to show you guys things, but it's not good for me to run jobs and to kind of it's what I use to troubleshoot people's problems. So at some point, this was a problem somebody had, and so I troubleshot this until we fixed it. And I just never really go back in and always fix my own system because it's a VM. I can just blow it away and start fresh, right? I have a whole stack of VMs, and I oftentimes will build one just for one problem, right? It's really easy for me. With my VMs, I can just create and the way that I'm set up. And that's what support can do for you as well. So, that's one good vote for if you have trouble. I often have people say, well, I don't really want to use support. I want to try to fix it on my own. I mean, I've spent a lot of hours before fixing issues and then to only find out that, hey, my coworker fixed that. He spent a lot of hours, and now everybody else just capitalizes on the fact that he knows the answer. So oftentimes we communicate that we have problems within Telestream. We don't usually try to reinvent the wheel. There's no reason for me to spend hours trying to figure out something that my friend already fixed. And I can fix just using his solution. So we are good about that at Telestream, and honestly, that's a good vote for support. If you guys have problems, you know, we can change versions, we can change settings, we can spool up a brand new system and kind of break things on purpose. And once we can figure out that it's broken, it's easy for us to go in and try to figure out what fixes it by trying a bunch of different settings. And that doesn't affect your production system. So use us, you know, as long as you have valid support, you use us, you know, when you need to. So do you have any more questions about Portal? Did I answer your question? I hope. Sorry, that was a long diatribe for.
Yes, just more one. For example, if my original file have 5 minutes and I want to put it on 3 minutes, can I submit this manual job in Workflow Portal?
Yeah, you can. So it's a two-part process.
Can you show for us?
Yeah, we'll do it. Okay, so let's actually build this out a little bit bigger. So this local to dub list inventory, this is the piece that moves it from one catalog to the other. So the catalog that's ready for the dub list is the one that you set here, and then the local review portal is where you have it in here. And we don't have to have that, but this is going to show, I think, the change that you want to see. So this is going to go to spots, and this is going to receive from my portal. And where I'm going to go configure that, I'm going to go to my workflow portal. I'm going to go into my local regional. So this is the local one where I want to make the trims. And when I do my forward to workflows, I need to, I think that's actually the right one. TM spots, register, local to dub list inventory. Yep, so that's the right workflow. Okay, so I need to make sure that one's on. This is going to take all of the information. So these populates that are in here, all of they're doing is allowing me to change the main ISKI name. So all of the other values that are in here are saved in the label. So there's a ton of information in the label, but I do have it checked here. But the only one that really counts that I can't change in the future is this ISKI. So that one is going to repopulate in the label if I change. And in fact, this is actually a little different. So because it's a template, this also uses a separate label. This is a separate one called traffic that allows the traffic department to have a label that they can't change. So that allows them to put in information that they can browse, they can search, they can do all kinds of things, but they can't change it and affect the ad because we don't want the traffic department doing that. We want the master control department to do that, right? Okay, so then if I came in, so it's a two-part, well, in this case, a three-part workflow, but most of the time it's a two-part workflow. So I'm going to activate this Omnion MXF. This normally would also have a bunch of, so it'd have a tail end, which would be one of these pieces. Let's, we'll just build this real quick. So all of these are templated pieces. If I copy this, and I'll kind of go through what this does if you are curious. So by the way, you can copy and paste. So I copied from one workflow and I'm going to paste in here. I have to wait for this to build all the paths. We'll see. It takes a second. So this piece basically grabs all the information needed to send to an automation system and also deploys to the broadcast servers and the automation system. I was hoping this would go a little faster. While we're waiting for that to build, so again, it's what it is it's in this case, it's going to be a three-part process. So part 1 is ingest the file. It'll ingest it to this local regional portal. So when it ingests it, let's re-ingest this file so you can see what these times are right now. We're gonna try to. Not sure if I can re-ingest the file or not here without waiting for this. Come on, come on. It's almost done. I can see all these little lines. Just a couple more lines that need to be. And by the way, when you get into really big workflows, the validation takes a long time. So the validation is just saying, hey, you know, are all these nicknames line up, and do all these, you know, is it valid if I were to send a job through? So I mean, we're basically programming. We're just programming with a GUI interface. So this is the same thing as compiling your data if you were a programmer, right? So it's compiling the workflow to make sure everything is going to work. So I turned off the auto arrange because I don't want it to kind of flip flop and do a bunch of weird stuff. Sometimes the workflow will kind of rearrange itself, and it becomes very hard to figure out where things are. I'm also going to turn off the auto validate, which does not necessarily mean it doesn't validate. It just validates less. So see, now it's not validating every single thing I do. And then if I undo this, then it'll validate at least once. Or certain actions will cause it to validate completely. So if I came in here and I double click on this delete, and I make it a change or something like that, then it would usually auto validate the whole system. Or if I turn off auto validate, it should validate as soon as I double click on any action. All right, so I'm going to turn on my auto arrange, so that kind of solidifies there. I'm going to activate this workflow. So this is going to be the second half, and I think it'll help illustrate. So I need to hit operations encode 1080i Omnion MXF. So when I go to my portal configuration, whoops, I need to be in here. It's my broadcast spot inventory is where I'm actually going to be making these changes. So I need to be, instead of operations XDCam, I want to be, let's sort this by category. So I think that's called TM spokes spots, and it's Omnion MXF. So that would be the workflow. And I'm going to say it's required. Okay, so this is going to be kind of a three-part process. First of all, I have to ingest the file. So I'm going to go to my local review portal here and activate my workflow, and I'm going to manually submit this file again. Just because I don't want to set up a watch folder. So I browse, it goes back to the same place. Let's grab a couple files here. Let's see, I don't want to grab that one because it's big. Let's grab something small. This is my Lightspeed server, so it actually wouldn't matter if I grabbed anything that's too big, but so these don't have a sidecar XML file, right? These are just stuff that I'm using. This is just random files, so it's going to do its own detection in the analysis, which is happening right now. It's also checking audio levels. It's also checking header data. This is going to go through. This decides what kind of audio I have in the file, so that's what this whole decision tree is here, is what type of audio. And then it makes a proxy. So if I come back in here, again, I have to refresh this. So I was expecting to see two files. There we go. So it reset this. So this is now where it detected the in and out points, because the workflow is set to overwrite the file. So in this case, I'm going to say go to, and I'm going to check it, and that's the very beginning of the file anyway. And I'm going to say go to and check it, and that's the very end of the file. So if I want to click this, so it did do a good job finding the in and out points, even though they're not like uniform. So now if I click one frame back, that's the last frame of video. So it did a good job of finding it on its own. So if I'm not happy with this, I can just change it to another setting. So I'm going to mark that. Let's say I want it to be exactly 13. When I submit this file now, it's going to disappear out of here, and it's going to move to the catalog that is set for for the dub list. So that's all the prepared files. So again, I submitted the file. It's no longer in here. That's because I have my portal set to auto delete. So if you come in here, this local regional spot portal has auto delete binder set on. When I come into my workflow, this traffic local dub list to inventory, this is the thing that actually moved it. So I submitted, it went to this workflow. It takes out all the metadata, and this happens very, very quickly. In fact, it's hard to see on here sometimes. Like it happens before the refresh, so suddenly it'll just be a new blue item. So it's a little bit tricky to see that sometimes. So now it's in a second portal, and this portal is waiting for a dub list, and that would be the spot inventory, which, by the way, I'm just going to show you. Normally they would open 2 of these windows, and this one would be set to the spot inventory. So that is right here. So this one's looking at all the data. And if I do this created by, I can kind of sort and get the one at the top that I just sent, which is 50 miles south final. Now I can come in and put in a house ID test. You can see it saved my times down here. That's saved in the label. So the duration is 13 seconds, not 15:22. And now either my dub list can automatically pull this, or I can hit submit. And when I hit submit, this should send it to the second workflow, or the third workflow in this case. Sometimes they only need 2, sometimes they need 3. This is coming in and pulling all that data out and actually sending it through and making the final output file at this point. So I made the trim. If I, one of the things that I haven't shown you yet is session data. So when we have a variable, it'll pass from action to action to action as it goes along. So when the action turns blue, that means that it'll show you that the metadata is sent. So keep in mind that this isn't Vantage. This is just a window looking into Vantage, right? This is the workflow designer. So it sends it when it does the job, but it doesn't tell you that it sent it until after it turns blue. But if I right click here and I say session log, I can look at all the data that was collected. So things like my start time was 0, my end time was 13 seconds, 29.97. And so all that information came out of that label and saved. And where it pulled all the information in that I'm using to make these decisions is from this populate. Remember, I showed you, you put information in. So in these workflows here, basically all the populates here are adding information to the label. So this populate at the end here is adding information to the label. So this is label from variables. This sticks all the fields in dynamically. And some of these I used a different populate. So all the audio stuff down here is actually done in these populates. So after it makes the decision of what kind of audio it is, this label is all the same. Here, it's just different values depending on what's in the label. So here in my analysis, I made a whole bunch of audio analysis all at once. Because I can read it one time and choose and make all of the information. And then I use my decision tree to pick which label got populated. So they're all the same version, but just different settings depending on what kind of audio is in the main file. We can talk about that later if you want to, like how to do that, how I did that. So now that it came through operations, it basically, let's see. It actually did deliver, which I'm kind of surprised. I wasn't expecting it to. I was expecting to fail. So if I went and look at my view binder, what I got to do is actually look where my output version is. So this is my broadcast version. I'm actually deploying that to D-Crispin. That's why it went out. It's because it's my test system and I happen to have that folder. So D-Crispin. So I named it test MXF. So that's today's date, right? That came through. Here's the XML that was created by my automation label. So this is actually what gets sent to the automation system in this case. If you look at that, it's formatted specifically for this particular automation system. It's called Crispin. It's owned by Sony. So this allows them to ingest all the information that we sent, and that includes the redone times, right? So I'm sending to the automation system that this is in at 0 and out at 13. And if you look at my output file here, so here's the actual MXF output. Let's open that with Switch. So you can see, you know, this isn't a big long file, 13 seconds. So it started at 0. Sorry, I'm trying to move my mouse out of the way. And it'll end at 13. It trimmed it right at the very end, so it should be exact. 12:28. So it's not exact perfect on this one. It probably because this file doesn't have that. Actually, I'm surprised. This should probably have been exactly 13, but it should be a 13-second file. And honestly, it could be that I don't know. I might have to troubleshoot that a little. I just threw this together, so keep in mind that I haven't tweaked this workflow for this particular use. Normally, when I set up a traffic manager system, it's a 5-day install because there's a lot of settings and things that I have to change. But it did trim the file, so that's how that works. And sometimes we do have to get in and kind of trim things and figure out exactly what's setting. There's a lot of checkboxes in this file, in this whole system to figure out. One of the things that's kind of cool in this system, we talked about a little bit, is style sheets. So one of the things that happens is this is a different label. So these are populates. This is called the automation metadata label. So what we do is we gather information for basically all the different types of automation systems. So we have, even if we don't use it, we gather it because it doesn't hurt anything. We might as well. So we gather all this information that we need for automation, and that thing is including like the automation SOM, the start of media, the end of media, or in this case, the duration. So we gather all that information, and then this transform uses a style sheet to actually make it into an XML. So this style sheet is something that was created. We do a label to attachment, and we use a specific style sheet that was created in order to create this. So you can kind of dictate how this was built. You can also change the house ID and name it house.xml as it comes out, so that dynamically changed the name. And the style sheets are, again, up here. I told you there's a whole nother world like around style sheets and scripts. So we used one called, I think it's called No Dates. So this style sheet was created in order to transform the label into the XML. So as long as those label fields get put in there, we can always create that XML the same way every time using that style sheet. Did that help answer your question? I mean, you kind of got to see the progression where the variables sort of kept. So it's designed in the workflow to save certain information, and because we have the ability to save that data and then pull it back out, like I said, this one is designed to get the information back. Then we can go in and make decisions based on the variables we pulled back. So you can set something to ingest, and a year later you can still pull it back out and make adjustments based on the values it pulled in the first time. So it just understood to grab that information back off that piece of paper. It's like taking notes. I like to use that term of the piece of paper because you can make notes and you can stick it in a folder, and in 10 years you can pull it back out and you can look at those notes and say, oh, I know exactly what I need to do because I took good notes. And those good notes come back in and allow us to make more decisions. These usually are just dynamic to whatever the station's needs are. So any particular station might have different needs for audio. We can map those correctly every time. So no matter what, even if things change when I'm going to go pull that file back in, as long as I still have access to say, oh, make the same decision, I can change the way my audio is mapped for a different station, or for, let's say suddenly a station says, well, we want to broadcast in surround sound instead of just stereo. These workflows actually have even even changed a little bit since. I now narrow everything down to just one flip action. And I don't use flip anymore when I don't have to. I use flip 64. And we can talk about the differences there. So flip is really kind of the older version. It's more tried and true. There are a lot of codecs like proprietary stuff, certain broadcast server formats that in the past were proprietary. And most of those companies have decided that they don't make money on the proprietary formats anymore. So everybody's just sort of moved to like a generic OP1A MXF file. And when you do those files, you can use flip64. So flip64 is more of our modern transcoders. If you're doing 4K, if you're doing UHD, if you're doing some of the newer HD formats like AVC, Intra, if you're using MXF OP1A or something more generic, the flip action is the one that still has things like specifically Omnion or specifically Harris or Grass Valley or those types of formats. So this one's using Omnion server. And I am making an MXF, but it's Omnion server wrapped. So the wrapper in this case is coming from a proprietary codec that's built by a broadcast server company. Whereas the MXF OP1A has captions in a different spot, might have a little bit of different metadata that's in the wrapper, even though the essence is the exact same. The wrapper is a little bit different. So we have, as long as the server can play out that new format, it's actually faster because we don't have to wait for all the specialized stuff to happen in Omnion. I hope that answers your questions about the trims, like, and how we kind of use that data. So the data gets saved in the label in Portal. When I make a change in here, it saves it as I send it. I can also make a change and just save it. So I could come in here, type in 12 and just say save. And then if I go to my binder, so let's open this back up, look in the binder and at the metadata label, I think it will, let's see. Oh, sorry, wrong label. So now see, this saved it as 12. So if I resubmit this file, it'll go through at 12 this time. So it's just the beauty of a database. You can save that information and change it all you want to. Obviously, I can't change it here. I have to change it in Portal. There are ways, there are places in Vantage where I could change it. So if I came to my catalogs here and browsed to my spots, and the downfall is none of this is searchable, but I can come in here to my metadata label, and if I have it set properly, I could save it here as well. So I could come into my broadcast inventory label, I could change this to 3, and I can hit save, and it'll do it there too. But this is not a practical place to work. This is really a lot better because then I can look at my settings. I'm going to refresh this, and I think it'll change. Yep, see, it changed here when I refreshed it. So so one of the things that I just noticed when I changed it in here, it didn't do math, right? When I change it in my Portal, there's a piece of Portal that's designed to do the math. So remember, I told you when you're setting up your Portal, down here at the bottom, the label trim points are what controls the math that happens. So I could change it there, but it doesn't quite do everything I want it to. So the broadcast inventory label is, let's see, helps if I'm in the right Portal. Broadcast inventory, and then I go to my labels. So when I'm here, my trim points, this is how it does the math. So when I do it in the catalog, I have to do the math on my own. It doesn't automatically. And I could do that math. I mean, it's not the end of the world. So if I save it here, it allows me to make changes. So it's just a place where you could make an adjustment if you knew. And honestly, as an administrator, every once in a while, you do have to make adjustments in here. One of the things you have to be careful with is deleting any files in here. So this big, nice X right here, I mean, if you look, this is highlighted, this is highlighted, this is highlighted. And if I hit this, I will delete my entire catalog if I'm not in the right spot. So I want to right click. So if I wanted to remove a label or I wanted to remove something, just right click. If I want to remove the whole catalog, I can right click, but I want to right click. I've asked them to take this out several times and they just haven't done it yet. So I could remove my whole binder here and just delete it and have restart the file if I needed to. As an administrator, sometimes you have to do that. It's very rare that somebody would have to do that in Vantage. Usually what you would do if you wanted to delete the binder is come in here and just delete it from here. And by the way, this is now green. You can see how it changes to green when there's new content. But I can come in here to my 50 miles south and I have a way to just delete it from here. So I can just say delete and that takes it out. And that's a lot safer than I'm deleting the whole binder. And you can do that in mass too. I mean, if I highlight all of them at the same time, obviously I don't want to do that because I need to keep these in here for testing, but it allows me to delete the whole catalog if I wanted to. An easier way to manage things. Okay. I'm sorry, I kind of blew past good break time. Do we need a break? Or would you guys like to? We have about 40 minutes left, so I'm good to keep going, or we could take a 10-minute break and then come back and just do the last 30 minutes of today. Everybody else can just sort of take a break if they need to, except me. So I'm okay to keep going if needed.
I vote for a break.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. I know we've talked about a lot. We've honestly only gone through like 2 items on here. So you guys did say you want this to be really intensive into the management console. So I'm going through pretty much everything in detail. So let's take a quick break, 10 minutes, and we'll come back and finish off hopefully a few more topics in the management console.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'll put it on mute for a minute. Okay, I'm back. We'll kind of start a little bit slow in case people are still filtering back in. Okay, so the doublist portal here, this is just another, that's the doublist action there. Again, I don't think that's anything you guys will ever use. That just allows you to monitor doublist. So when you submit a doublist, it basically just goes up and down a list and just says, oh, hey, I found this file, found this file, found this file, found this file, didn't find this file. So it kind of narrows down and says, oh, this is the one you need to look at. That's really all that one does. Just show you information about what's on the doublist. A doublist, again, if you're not aware of that, is just basically a column formatted sheet that just says, here is the file name and here's what I need it to be named. So the house ID. And also, again, there might be 2,000 or 3,000 files in your inventory. The doublist just allows you to pick the 20 you need for today. Some stations submit one doublist that is an entire day. Some will submit one file for every, or one doublist for every file. Some will submit 20 doublets in a day, and they might only have 2 or 3 items on them. So it really depends on how it's structured at the station, but that's what the doublist portal does. I'm going to skip over report for a second. We'll come back to that, but we're going to go to schemes for a second because it goes with it. So the doublist scheme is how it reads that doublist. So when I say it's a column formatted file, it's column 1 to column 20 is the name, column 50 to column 56 is the house ID. That's how you set up the scheme of how the doublist is read. And I'm not going to go into detail about that one, but I will go into detail about this workflow scheme, because the work order scheme, because it is something that's useful and it's something that you guys do have access to. So with a work order scheme, let's see if I have a sample. I think I do. I may not. Let's see what I have in my downloads. Let me look at one quick thing. I may still have a sample that I can use. I may have cleaned it out. Unfortunately, I think I cleaned it out already, but a work order, what it does is it's another way to get metadata in the file. And all of you who have Vantage have access to use a work order. So if I come into, let's go back to my Scratch workflow here. If it goes along with the monitor service. So this is a way, it doesn't necessarily mean you want to get it in there, but you can. So under the monitor, there's an item here called the work order that you can drag down. Now, work order goes along with a comma separated values file. So if you have a CSV file that you can generate in Excel or anything like that, you can actually put in some information. Let's actually go ahead and make one maybe. Well, maybe not. Let me show you these first. So if you have a bunch of metadata that you need to get in, you can just basically create different columns that'll have different bits of data. So in this case, I'm going to skip a line, so that'll give me a header information. So I think I actually, let's see if I still have it open here somewhere. Input, not sure if that's it. that's not the right one. Let's see. Somewhere in here, I thought I created a. So we can use this one. This one's so this one basically, this has a column at the top that's date, file name, watch folder, and then I'm not sure what I had these set to. This is a report that I had created, so we'll just say this is a date sent in. This is going to be a date processed, and this is going to be status. So all I wanted was just something that had some information on it, right? This is just a little simple report I created for a customer who was interested in looking at reporting in Vantage. So this is something that I was just looking for raw data, basically. So with that said, I have this piece here. Let's see if we can get my Vantage system on the same screen. I'm going to create a new work order scheme. So when you do this, you have to create the scheme first. What you do is you come in, there's only one type, it's a CSV. This is not CSV right now, but it could be sent out as CSV. So it's basically going to be column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, comma. You get the idea. So this is going to be my, we'll say Globo example. For training, just name it something. If I want to skip a line, it's just going to skip this top line, right? So that's going to be, that line is going to be a header. And then I'm going to just add fields that I want to pull. So in this case, I'm going to just add these following fields. This is going to be date. Now, every time you set a file here, you have to pick whether it's a qualifier. So you have media, attachment, or variables. So in this case, this date is going to be a variable that I'm going to mess with. And the value type of this is going to be a date. So that's the type of, you have all these different types, true, false, integer, size. These are all different programming types of variables, right? So this one's date, so it'll understand to format it as a date and to use it in the system as a date. Then the next one I'm going to come in is going to be my column 2. This is going to be my file name. So this is actually not a complicated piece. It's just complicated to kind of understand and explain. So file name, let's say, so if I want it to be my media, that means this is the file it's going to find and treat as my media. If it's going to be an attachment, it would be something I'd bring in as a sidecar file. I can also just have solid variables. So this could just be variables all the way along. So in this case, I want my file name to be text. And I'm going to use this as the job content name. So that means that whatever values in this column is going to be what my job is going to be called. If I don't check that, then everything will just be your name report _3. So that's what I had saved this file called. So everything would just be the same name as the style sheet. This is the index 2. So if I come in here, index 3 is going to be my watch folder. I'm going to set that as a path, and I'm going to still have that be a variable at this point. Then we're going to come in and add another item. That's going to be my date sent in. I'll make that a variable. Once this is set up, it just stays. So you have a lot of work at the beginning, but then after that, it's pretty simple. One of the things that I have seen customers do is build APIs that actually output a comma separated values file instead of sending it directly to Vantage. You could do that and get values in this way. So this is an easy way to get stuff in. And then your API just generates a CSV file instead of anything else. This is also a date, and then I'm going to do a status variable. This is going to be text. So one of the things that's cool is I have this little test. Let me make sure I save this somewhere where I can find it. So I'm going to say save as, and I'm actually going to save it as the CSV. So there's a couple different values. There's a couple different versions of this. There's this CSV UTF-8 delimited. You don't want to use this one. You want to use just the generic one out of Excel. And there's Macintosh comma separated values. They're all CSVs. They probably would work in some way, but this is the most generic. This is the easiest way. So I'm just going to save this to what I have to do is save it to where I can get to it on this computer, because this computer is not the same. This one's 2 states away from me. So I'm going to let me open up. Let's see, do I already have it? No, I had my system crash. We had a big power outage last night, so let's see. I'm just connecting to my server real quick. Let's see what my 179. Maybe it's not letting me connect. Well, unfortunately, I might have to reboot in order to get that one out there. Let's see. Maybe I already have. Let me see. Maybe there's an easier way for me. File save. Oh, let's see. Maybe it'll. There we go. Let me connect it. I just had the box open. So I'm going to save this as. See if this connects. I'm just going to stick this somewhere that I can get to it on that machine. All right. Whoops. Somehow made this file gigantic. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say test, and I'm going to browse to that file. And that'll just let me see if my columns line up. So if I were to open, I don't have Excel on this particular machine, but I did save this. So if I go to D, customer, global training, here's my CSV. If we look at that, open this with Notepad. Just made column formatted. So it just made a comma separated values. I'm sorry. CSV file. So if I browse to my file, global training, your name, report, says it's being used by another process. That means it's open. And I still had it open. So let's see if that'll, there we go. So I closed it in my Excel. It doesn't like it when they're open, but this basically just took all of my data and just moved it into separate columns. So you can see I can kind of separate that data out automatically, and it matches the date, the data that was in there. I'm going to open that as a separate file. We'll just save it as something different so we can see it up here. Oops. I just want to be able to see the data at the same time. So you can see, I mean, it lines up all my columns exactly like it should, right?
That's all the point is. This is test button's not the most robust thing. It just makes sure that everything is sent the way that it should. Now when I go into Vantage, basically what I can do is I can open my work order. I can browse to a specific space. So let's go to D customer Globo training. This is going to be my watch folder. I'm going to pick the scheme that I set up. So that happens to be called, let's see, what did I call it? Sorry, let me make this a little bit bigger. I called it new work order scheme. So that, I called it Globo example for training, but I didn't save it. So when I saved it, that's what I was looking for. That's why I didn't see it. So now it saved it. Let's go back here. I'm going to have to close and reopen. Unfortunately, again, we're going to browse D, customer, Globo training. This is going to then pick the right one. So this is called Globo example for training. I'm going to only process new files. So if I don't check this, I'm going to process new files. It's going to make sure that it's finished growing. And in this case, right now it's set to a text file, but I need it to be set to a CSV, right? So .txt, it won't find anything. I can use txt as long as it's in comma separated values style internally, but I'm going to change that to a CSV. And then when I hit next here, what it did was it took all of my columns that I created in my scheme and made them into checkboxes. There's also a couple extras. So file name, file path, and file date modified are just default in there by all the time. But there's now date, file name, watch folder, date sent in, date processed, and status. So collecting this here is what grabs the value out of the column. And then I need to put it into a bucket. So I need to figure out what I want to create the buckets as. And I don't know if you guys use a lot of variables. We can kind of talk more in detail about this later if you want. I don't like any of these variables here. These are all date variables. And this came from where I set it here. So when I set that value type as a date, it set it as a date value there. So I need to pick a new one. I'm just going to call this date. I didn't like the other ones. File name I probably already have. File name. We'll use that one. Watch folder. I'll call that maybe source path if I have it. Source file path maybe. Date sent in, date submitted, maybe a created date. Let's call it date sent in. Date processed. Status. And then this file name I don't need because it's redundant from this one. So this one's default. I didn't really need to have this, but maybe I wanted a custom column or something like this. I also don't need file path because I have the watch folder, and date modified, it's probably handy. So file date modified. So what that did was that made it so that now I can collect variables in the system, right? Instead of this watch folder, I can now have these files here, or this variables here as a watch folder. Now in this case, because I didn't pick any media, whoops, come on, there we go. That's what I meant to do. Because I didn't pick any media, it didn't ask me for any nicknames. So I would have to, if I wanted to send this in, I would have to have some type of way to bring in the media. So if I pick media, I'm going to kind of go back. If I would have picked this qualifiers media, it would have had another box that would have asked me, what do you want the nickname to be for these files? And I could have used this file path as a media to ingest. In this case, I just used them as variables. So I'm going to use a populate action here. And there's a lot of ways to do this. If you have metadata, populate's an easy way to do this. If you have not got metadata, you can use an associate action and it could go in and find the value, go and find the file. So in this case, I'm just going to say, let's see, create a media version or attachment from a file. So I'm going to hit next. This is going to create original. And then I'm going to specify this. And so this value that came in is called watch folder. So what did I call that? Source file path, I think. I have to be careful and remember how I set those values. And that does help me. There is a way in here. So when you're in the workflow design tab, you can change the view here. So I could look at my variables and make sure that the variable that I pulled in is going to match what I have out. So in this case, I can look at source file path, and source file path is going to be the variable I use. So now that is called original. In this case, let's get rid of these flip 64s. We're not going to do anything with these are not files that can be flipped. Let's say I want to move them to another folder, or I want to add, a decision tree in there. Let's say the status of complete versus not complete, right? So I could come in here and make a decision. I'm assuming that you guys have had some basic Vantage training here. So if we need to, we can go into more detail on this, but kind of based on our first conversation, you guys said that you've already done some of this stuff. So I didn't want to reiterate a bunch of that. We're almost done for the day here too. So I'm going to come in here and say status. If status equals complete, then whoops, complete. And honestly, I do have to be a little bit careful. This is case sensitive here, so I can use wildcards, or I could say ignore case, because my case over here, the capital C, would actually impact this if I didn't say ignore case. So if it's complete, send to this folder. If it's not complete, so I'm going to make a note, complete. Down here, this is going to say not complete. Come on. And I'm going to deploy it to a different folder. I mean, this is a very, very basic example, right? So this is going to be send to one particular file versus not. And honestly, because I collected the, and in fact, I'm not going to actually configure these deploys. It's just going to come in and process it. So because I collected this as a nickname now, I use populate. Again, there's other ways to do that. So if you guys don't have metadata in your license, we could go through doing this with associate. But this work order is just going to go through and sort. And if it says complete, it's going to take it down one path. And if it says incomplete, it's going to take it down another path. So it's going to, all it's going to do is just judge on these files, but it should, and this actually may not find these files because we're on a different system. So these files may not actually exist in the same location. I have that watch folder, see reports, watch, expense report, and all that kind of stuff. These are all just file. I mean, these aren't even video files, right? I'm just getting in metadata. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Oh. Do have to go in here and actually set this up. So status, this is going to say if it equals complete. I'm going to do the opposite here. So this is where things can be a little bit funky. This is a real simple action, but you can kind of change the logic a lot by just changing some small settings. So if I come in here, I'm going to say ignore and success. So I changed the argument here. By changing the argument, I just officially made this an exclusion list. So if it says complete, ignore. If it says anything else, succeed. And there's some samples I could show you where this is very helpful, have an exclusion list. All right, so let's see. I'm not sure if this is going to process. I might have to dig these files up somewhere to make them work. So this is actually a legitimate folder. One of the problems is that I have it set to only find new items. So I'm going to go in here just real quick. We're just going to rename this something different. just put in an extra character, and it'll say it's found a new item. We'll see what happens here. So what it should do is it should create a job for every single item in this report. So you can see it brought in, I used the name for the job. So every one of these fields here came in as the name of the job. It actually went out and found, it didn't do anything with it. We didn't say what the watch folder is. All we did was say make a decision. So I mean, reality is it didn't matter if these exist or don't exist, but I could have built this out to say, pull this file in. So this is original, and now maybe I transcode it. Maybe I do something else with it. All I did in this case was just something very simple, which was tell me if it's complete or not complete. So if I come up here and look at SC Field Service PDF, this one does have a complete. So it went through this path. If I come down here and look at one of these, so field commissioning guidelines, these are all just files I was grabbing. That one's right here. This doesn't have anything in that file folder. So this says nothing, which is the same as not saying complete. So it passed basically. It's just an easy way to get information in. And if I look at my session log for this, you can see all the data that I pulled in. So the default value kicked in on these ones because these are blank. So I did have a little bit of issue with my CSV to begin with, but it still processed it. It still understood because I have a default value in those fields. And if I grab one that doesn't, let's see, this SE field service, this one did say complete, and it does have those dates. I actually generated this as a report just to show somebody how we could generate reports. And that's why I have that file. If I say, sorry, session log here, now the file information came in legitimately. March 11th, 2022. That's when I did this. So a status is complete. File date modified was the file is today, right? So that was today's date of when this report went in. And there's all kinds of different fields you can have. So we use this a lot in like VOD platforms. Here's a good example. If we come into like some of these other providers here, so these were actually Spanish language providers. You know, if I pick Sony, what I had to do is just consolidate everything. So this is just VOD packaging, right? All of this is the information that comes in from an Excel sheet and allows me to process all of this information. What happened is all of these providers had a little bit different information. So we process each one of them independently, and then I create one label that condenses all the information down. And once it condenses down, then I use a style sheet to create a new uniform label that is the same for every single provider. So their system that has a menu system and is driven by things like, you know, searching for actors or directors or producers or, you know, that kind of thing means it'll all populate automatically properly. I wish I had a sample of this to show you. I've had these in my system for a long time, but I deleted all the source files because I needed space. And it's been a few years. And you can basically build a work order to do anything you want. So, and a work order could have a path direct to a file, or I could use this path to associate in a file. So in this case, it's populate, I generated the nickname original, but let's do it in a different way. Let's say I gathered that source file path instead of using metadata. Populate's just a way to do it very quickly. Associate takes a little bit of time. So this associate